Hey everyone, this is Mia Horror Stories, and the title of today's horror story is I Bought a Used Kindle. The books are rewriting themselves to threaten me. For your comfort, the screen will stay black throughout the video, so you can relax without strain and just focus on the story. Make sure you stick around until the end. Sometimes the last few moments are the ones that stay with you the longest. The first threat showed up in the middle of Pride and Prejudice, between Mr. Collins making a fool of himself and Elizabeth trying not to laugh. It wasn't dramatic at first. No blood red letters, no flickering screen, no skull icon or ransom note. Just one sentence that did not belong. If you keep reading, I will tell them what you did. I blinked at it, thumb still resting against the cracked edge of the Kindle, my other hand buried in a bowl of stale popcorn. The room around me kept being ordinary. Rain clicked against the kitchen window. The radiator hissed like it was annoyed with the building. Somewhere upstairs, my neighbor's kid dragged something heavy across the floor in 3 slow pulls. I read the sentence again. Then the screen refreshed. That soft gray blink Kindles do, and it was gone. My name is Lydia Marsh, 32, female. And at the time, I was living in a second-floor apartment in Astoria, Queens, above a shuttered travel agency that still had a sun-bleached poster of Santorini taped to the front window. I edited insurance compliance manuals for a living, which is exactly as glamorous as it sounds. Most nights, I finished work with my shoulders up near my ears, made boxed pasta or eggs, and read until my eyes hurt, because the alternative was lying in bed with nothing but my own thoughts for company. That sounds sadder than it felt. Mostly, it was quiet. I liked quiet. I had built my whole adult life around quiet. The Kindle was supposed to help with that. I bought it on a Thursday from a used electronics shop off Steinway Street, the kind of place with old iPhones in glass cases, vape chargers in a plastic bin by the register, and a bell over the door that made a tired little ting when anyone came in. The front windows were fogged at the corners from the rain outside, and the shop smelled like warm dust, plastic packaging, and coffee that had been sitting too long. The owner, or maybe just the guy working the counter, was named Merk Nowak, 58, male. He had a Polish accent, silver hair combed straight back, and the watchful patience of someone who had spent decades deciding whether customers were browsing or trying to steal. He introduced himself only because I asked if the Kindle was refurbished or just used, and he tapped the price sticker with one blunt finger like that answered half my question. Returned, he said. Works fine. Returned because it didn't work fine. He looked at me over his glasses. Returned because people buy things and then change mind. The Kindle was an older paperwhite black with a hairline crack near the bottom corner and a case that had once been blue but had faded into the color of a hospital gown. It powered on. The battery showed 62%. The screen was clean except for a faint gray smudge where someone else's thumb had lived. 35, Merk said. Does it come wiped? He made a face like I had accused him of selling live snakes. Of course. I should have inspected it more closely. I know that now, and knowing knowing it makes the memory itch. But that night I was tired. Rain was soaking through the shoulders of my coat, and I had promised myself I would stop spending so much money on new books. My phone was too bright. My laptop meant work. Paperbacks were piling beside my bed in leaning towers that made me feel like I was failing at something even when I was trying to relax. So I paid $35. Merck wrapped the Kindle in a thin plastic bag and slid it across the counter. "Don't drop in bath," he said. "I'll do my best." He did not smile, but one corner of his mouth loosened. Outside, Steinway was wet and loud. Cars hissed through puddles. A bus exhaled at the curb. The halal cart on the corner gave off steam that smelled of onions, lamb grease, and hot metal. I tucked the Kindle inside my coat like it was something fragile. That was Thursday. The sentence appeared on Saturday night. By then, I had gone through the basic setup twice because the device was stubborn about connecting to my Wi-Fi. My best friend, Ruth Calder, 33, female, came over Friday after work with a 6-pack of ginger beer, and her talent for making my problems sound smaller without making me feel stupid. Ruth was a school librarian in Brooklyn, red-haired, broad-shouldered, and practical in a way that bordered on rude if you didn't know how much care was behind it. She stood in my kitchen wearing damp boots and scrolling through the Kindle settings while I picked burnt cheese off the edge of a frozen pizza. "You bought a stranger's e-reader from a man who looked like he collects grudges," she said. Merck was perfectly normal. "You learned his name?" I asked a question. He answered like a human. "Uh-huh." She tapped through menus. I watched her with the strange embarrassment I always felt when someone handled my devices. There was nothing scandalous on them. Work email, grocery lists, screenshots of recipes I never made. But still, my neck tightened. Ruth noticed because Ruth noticed everything. "Lid," she said, softer. "It's just a Kindle. I know, you're doing the thing." "What thing?" "The thing where you act like your toaster has access to your sealed juvenile records." I laughed too fast. She glanced up. I looked away and opened the oven even though the pizza needed another 5 minutes. Here's the flaw, since it matters. I hate being looked into. Not looked at. I can handle looked at. I have survived job interviews, awkward dates, dental hygienists, all the regular humiliations. But looked into makes something in me close down. I clear my browser history compulsively. I keep my phone face down. I shred mail with my address on it. I once stopped seeing a man because he opened my medicine cabinet while looking for aspirin, and I could not convince my body he had done nothing wrong. There was a reason for that, but not one I'm proud of. In college, back in Ohio, I did something small and cowardly that had consequences larger than I expected. Not a murder, not some secret felony, just the kind of mistake people make when they're 20 and afraid, then build a clean life around never having to say out loud. I told myself nobody cared anymore. I mostly believed it. Ruth knew part of it, enough to tease, not enough to understand why her joke landed wrong. The oven timer beeped. The Kindle finally connected. "There," Ruth said, handing it back. "Factory reset, logged into your account. No ghost books from Merck's murder cave." "Thank you, you're welcome. Also, please stop buying electronics that require exorcism." "No supernatural elements in my apartment," I said, cutting the pizza. "Good, Because your radiator already sounds possessed. It did. The pipes knocked 3 times behind the wall, then made a long whining sound as the heat came up. Ruth raised her eyebrows. I raised both hands. Old building. Exactly what everyone says before the wall starts breathing. We ate on the couch while rain pressed itself against the windows. My apartment looked better in dim light. The floorboards were scratched, the couch sagged on the left, and one kitchen cabinet never closed unless you lifted it first. But with 2 lamps on and the city blurred through wet glass, the place felt almost intentional. Cozy, if you didn't inspect the corners. The Kindle sat on the coffee table between us. "What are you starting with?" Ruth asked. I downloaded public domain stuff. Austen Dickens, some ghost stories, classic ones. I thought no supernatural elements in your apartment. In fiction, Ruth. She picked up the Kindle and read the screen. Pride and Prejudice. You wild animal. I wanted something familiar. That was true. Familiar books are safe in a way new books aren't. You know where the pain is. You know who lies, who leaves, who comes back. Nothing jumps out from behind a page you've read 10 times. At least, that's what I thought then. Ruth left around 10, taking the recycling down with her, because she claimed my building stairs were good for the calves and bad for the soul. I locked the door behind her and slid the chain into place, then checked it twice. Habit. The hallway outside smelled like wet wool and someone's garlic-heavy dinner. A siren moved along 31st Avenue and faded under the elevated train. I washed 2 plates, wiped the counter, changed into sweats, and settled into the couch with the Kindle. For an hour, nothing happened. That part is important. The device behaved like a device. The pages turned. The font annoyed me, so I changed it. I increased the warmth because the screen looked too blue. My thumb found a comfortable rhythm along the bezel. I remember feeling pleased with myself for buying something used instead of new, for being the sort of reasonable adult who made reasonable choices. Then I reached the sentence, "If you keep reading, I will tell them what you did." My first thought was formatting glitch. That is humiliating in hindsight, but also true. I stared at the line and thought, corrupted file, bad download, maybe some weird annotation from a previous user that survived the reset. My brain wanted a drawer to put it in, and technical error was the nearest open drawer. I tapped the top of the screen. No notes icon, no highlight, no bookmark. I turned back a page, then forward again. Gone. In its place was Austen's regular sentence, polite and harmless, talking about exactly what the book was supposed to be talking about. I sat very still. The refrigerator motor clicked on in the kitchen. A bus sighed at the stop outside. The Kindle's screen held steady in my lap. I laughed once, but it came out wrong. "Okay," I said to the empty room. I closed the book, opened it again, searched the phrase. No results. That should have reassured me. Instead, I felt irritated, like the device had made a claim and then hidden the evidence before I could judge it properly. I took a picture of the screen anyway, though by then the sentence was gone and all I captured was normal text. The photo looked stupid. A Kindle on gray sweatpants. Elizabeth Bennet being Elizabeth Bennet. My own socked feet at the bottom edge. I sent it to Ruth with the message, "This thing just glitched in the creepiest way." She replied 2 minutes later. Define creepiest. I typed, deleted, typed again. A sentence appeared that wasn't in the book, like a threat. The little typing bubble appeared, vanished, appeared again. What did it say? I didn't answer right away, because writing it down felt different from seeing it, because the words were too close to the one fear I had not confessed to her fully, because there are some things you can joke about only until they look back. Finally, I typed. It said, "If you keep reading, I will tell them what you did." Ruth called immediately. I almost didn't pick up. "Lydia," she said when I answered. "No hello." "I know." Was that exact wording? "Yes." "Did you download some messed up edition?" "It's from the Kindle store, free version. Could be a bad file." "That's what I thought." "You sound like you don't think that." I rubbed my thumb along the Kindle's cracked corner. The plastic edge caught lightly on my skin. "I don't know what I think." On Ruth's end, I heard a cabinet open, then the clink of glass. Apartment had pipes that banged too, though hers sounded more like someone dropping tools. "Okay," she said. "First, stop reading it tonight. That's your expert librarian advice. My expert friend advice is don't feed the creepy object after midnight. It's a Kindle, not a raccoon. Then treat it like a Kindle. Restart it. Delete the book. Redownload. Check your Amazon account for weird devices. Change your password." Her calmness steadied me. It also made me feel foolish, which I needed. "Right," I said. "Yes, that makes sense. And send me the file link." "It's just Austin. Send it anyway." I did. While Ruth stayed on the phone, I restarted the Kindle. The screen went white, then black, then showed the little tree logo. Perfectly normal. I deleted Pride and Prejudice from the device and downloaded it again. I checked my Amazon account on my laptop. No unfamiliar purchases. No strange devices, except the Kindle now listed as Lydia's second Kindle, which bothered me because I had never owned a first. "Maybe you had the app," Ruth said when I told her. "I did, years ago." "There you go." I changed the password, then the email password. Then, because my hands were already moving and anxiety loves a checklist, I changed the Wi-Fi password too, which immediately kicked my smart speaker offline and made my printer flash an orange light from under the desk like a tiny warning beacon. "Feel better?" Ruth asked. "No." "Good. That means you're paying attention, not spiraling." That sounds like something from a mug. Librarians are issued one at graduation. I smiled despite myself. After we hung up, I made tea I didn't drink and left the Kindle on the coffee table. The apartment seemed louder once I tried not to listen to it. Rain in the gutters, pipes ticking, a muffled laugh from the sidewalk below, my laptop fan, the little electrical hum from the lamp beside the couch. At 12:17 a.m., the Kindle woke itself. Not fully, just the screen light. A weak square of gray spread across the coffee table. I was standing in the kitchen, rinsing my untouched mug, and I saw it reflected in the dark window over the sink. For 1 second, the reflection made it look like another window had opened behind me. I turned. The Kindle lay flat, untouched, its screen glowing. I walked over slowly, annoyed at myself for walking slowly. It could have been a scheduled update, a mispressed button, a sleep setting. I had been handling it all night. Maybe I had left it on. The home screen showed my library. 5 books, all normal titles, except one had changed. Not the title, the cover. The plain cover for Pride and Prejudice had been replaced by a gray rectangle with no illustration and no publisher mark. Centered on it, in small black letters, were the words, Lydia Marsh, a private history. I stared until the letters blurred. Then I picked it up. The device was warm, not hot, just warm enough to feel recently alive. I pressed the power button. The screen went dark. I pressed again. The normal cover returned. Austen, decorative border, public domain edition. My breathing was too loud in my ears, so I forced it slower. In through my nose, out through my mouth. I hated that I knew to do that. Hated the memory of every therapist and advice article that had taught me how to behave like a calm person while panic took inventory inside my ribs. I called Ruth again. She did not pick up. Of course she didn't. It was after midnight, and she had probably put her phone on Do Not Disturb. I texted, "It happened again. Call me when you wake up." Then I added, "I'm not reading it." I put the Kindle in the kitchen drawer with the takeout menus, batteries, rubber bands, and 3 instruction manuals for appliances I no longer owned. I shut the drawer. The wood made a small, final sound. That should have been it for the night. I brushed my teeth, checked the lock, checked the chain, turned off the lamp, got into bed. The rain had softened to a mist, barely audible, except when the wind pressed it against the air conditioner sleeve. My bedroom smelled faintly of laundry detergent, and the lavender sachet Ruth had bought me as a joke, because I had once said my closet smelled like old panic. The radiator clicked. A car alarm chirped once, then stopped. I lay there awake. I thought about the sentence. I thought about my college roommate, Nora, and the email I forwarded when I shouldn't have. About the disciplinary hearing that followed. About how everyone believed I had done it by accident because I cried convincingly, and because Nora had already been unstable enough for people to expect disaster from her. About how Ruth knew Nora and I had a bad situation, but not the part where I had protected myself by letting someone else look guilty. Not a crime, not legally, just a thing that had shaped me, just a thing I did not want delivered to anyone. At 12:43 a.m., something tapped inside the kitchen drawer. Once, then again, not loud, not cinematic, a dull plastic knock like a phone vibrating against wood. I sat up. The apartment held still around me. Another tap. I got out of bed and stood in the hallway, bare feet on cold floorboards. The kitchen was dim, lit only by the street lamp leaking through the blinds. The drawer was closed. Tap. I could have left it there. I could have gone back to bed, waited for daylight, taken the Kindle back to Merrick, demanded $35 and maybe a lecture about buying new electronics from reputable stores. Instead, I opened the drawer. The Kindle screen was glowing between a stack of menus and a dead flashlight. A notification box sat in the center. Download complete. Below it was a book I had not purchased. No cover image. No author. Title. The first version was polite. My hand hovered over the device. Behind me from the counter, my phone began to vibrate. Ruth. I grabbed it too fast and nearly dropped it. "Don't open anything," she said the second I answered, her voice thick with sleep but sharp underneath. "Lydia, listen to me. Don't open the book." I looked at the Kindle in the drawer. The title sat there calmly, like it had all night. "How did you know?" I asked. Ruth breathed once into the phone. "Because I clicked the link you sent me," she said, "and my copy just changed too." The rain tapped the window in tiny, patient clicks. On the Kindle, the notification faded. The new book remained. I stood with one hand on the drawer handle and one hand gripping the phone, caught between closing it away and touching the screen, between pretending this was malware and admitting that someone, somewhere, had found a way to speak through a thing I had invited into my home. Ruth said my name again. "Lydia, we need to decide what to do." The Kindle waited in the junk drawer, its gray light soaking the rubber bands and old menus, offering the simplest possible choice. Open it or don't. Ruth told me not to open the book, which meant, naturally, that my eyes stayed pinned to it. That is one of the ugliest things about fear. It makes you obedient in every direction except the one that would help. The Kindle sat in the junk drawer with that flat gray light spilling over takeout menus and a loose roll of painter's tape. The first version was polite. No author, no cover art, just those words neat and centered like a document title in a legal folder. My phone was pressed to my ear so hard the edge hurt. "Lydia," Ruth said again, "close the drawer. I'm not touching the screen. You are touching the drawer. Different thing. Not enough of a different thing." Ruth Calder, 33, female, was on speaker now, her voice rough from being dragged out of sleep. I could hear her moving around her Brooklyn apartment. A floorboard squeak, the wet clack of her dog's water bowl being nudged by her foot, the tiny pop of an old lamp switch. She was trying to sound calm. Ruth always tried. It made me want to confess everything and argue with her at the same time. I closed the drawer. The screen light made a thin line at the top seam, then vanished. "There," I said. "Good. Now listen. I just got an email." "What?" "Not a Kindle notification. An email. From your address." That did something nasty to the room. Not supernatural. Worse, actually. Ordinary and intimate. My address. My account. A door I had thought I'd locked 15 minutes earlier. "I didn't send you anything." "I know you didn't." "What did it say?" Ruth was quiet for half a second too long. "Ruth." It had a subject line. Chapter 1 correction. The kitchen bulb above me flickered once, not because of ghosts, but because my building's wiring was old and the rain always made everything feel damp inside the walls. Still, the little pulse of light made the counters jump closer and then farther away. "Open it," I asked. I did before I realized. "You told me not to open anything." "I know, Lydia. I know. I thought it was you being weird." "What did it say?" She exhaled through her nose. "It said, at 8:00 a.m., the corrected version goes to Nora Vale." For a few seconds, I could not match the name to sound. Nora Vale. The syllables moved around in my head like something seen underwater. Then they landed. Nora Vale, 32, female, was my former college roommate from Ohio State, although she was not present in the apartment, not physically. She existed there as a name on Ruth's phone and a door opening inside me. Nora was from Columbus, thin and sharp in every way I wasn't back then, with black nail polish and the kind of intelligence that made professors lean forward when she spoke. We had lived together sophomore year. We had been close until we weren't. And when things went bad, I had made sure they went worse for her than for me. Ruth knew Nora's name. She knew there had been a hearing. She knew I had transferred dorms afterward. She did not know the whole shape of it. It used her name, Ruth said. I heard you. Why would it use her name? I don't know. That's not true. I looked toward the window over the sink. My own reflection floated there, pale and flattened by the dark glass. Behind it, the kitchen looked like a place staged for someone else's life. Drying rack, chipped mug, knife block, bananas going soft in a bowl. I don't know who is doing this, I said. That's not what I asked. There it was, the tiny disagreement. The kind that starts as friction and turns into a cut because both people are scared and neither has enough room to be generous. Can we not do this right now? We have until 8, apparently. I checked the stove clock. 12:51 a.m. 7 hours and 9 minutes. A time-sensitive problem. Clean, cruel, almost bureaucratic. Maybe it's fake, I said. Maybe it's just trying to scare me. Who is it, the person? Whoever got into my account. Okay, good, a person. So we handle it like a person. Ruth's voice sharpened around the edges. Do not open the book. Do not reply to the email. Forward me the headers if you can. Screenshot everything. We need to secure your accounts and figure out whether Nora's contact information is actually in your email anywhere. My email doesn't have her current address. Are you sure? No. You're never sure about your own archives because you hoard messages like a Victorian widow. Thank you. Very helpful. Lydia. I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. Ruth stopped. When she spoke again, she sounded less like a librarian and more like my friend, standing barefoot in the middle of her own apartment, while some stranger dragged an old wound across both our floors. I don't like that they got my Kindle too. That was the part we had both been stepping around. Her copy had changed after she clicked the link I sent. My problem had crawled over a bridge I built. Delete it, I said. I already put the device in airplane mode. Delete the book. I'm not opening the library again until I record it. Record it. Evidence, lid. We need evidence that isn't just us sounding insane at a precinct desk. The words precinct desk made my stomach contract. Not because I had done anything illegal tonight, but because my private fear had always had paperwork attached to it. Forms, statements, people behind desks deciding whose version sounded tidy enough to believe. Police won't care about a weird ebook, I said. They might care about account intrusion and threats. Not before 8. Then we use the time. Ruth started assigning tasks like she was managing a school evacuation. I was to take photos of the Kindle without opening the book, search my sent folder for anything I didn't send, check whether any forwarding rules had been added to my email, download my recent login activity, and turn off every smart device that might be connected to the Wi-Fi. She would check the email headers, preserve her own changed file, and call her cousin Theo, who did cybersecurity stuff for hospitals. I knew Theo by name only. Theo Barrett, 37, male, lived in Jersey City, and had once fixed Ruth's hacked Instagram after a fake sunglasses account started posting in Turkish. That was my entire profile of him. "Do not call him," I said. "Why?" "Because I don't know him. He's family. He's your family. He knows how to read headers and logs without having a panic attack." "I'm not having a panic attack. You are standing in your kitchen at 1 in the morning whispering like the Kindle can hear you." I looked at the drawer. "I'm not whispering. You are absolutely whispering." The radiator knocked behind the wall, 2 quick metallic raps. I flinched hard enough that my hip bumped the counter. "Okay," Ruth said, quieter. "Start with your email." I opened my laptop at the kitchen table. The fan kicked on, that familiar thin whir that usually meant work documents and claims language. Not someone threatening to email a woman I had not spoken to in 11 years. I logged in with my new password and a verification code. My hands were clumsy. Twice I hit the wrong key and had to start over. No strange sent messages. No draft called Chapter 1 correction. No obvious forwarding rules. Then I checked recent activity. There were logins from New York. Mine. One from Brooklyn. That must have been Ruth opening the link. No, email wouldn't show that. A mobile login from Queens. Another from Queens. Then one entry that listed the location as Newark, New Jersey, 2 hours earlier, browser unknown. I read it aloud. Ruth went quiet. "Could be approximate," she said. "IP geolocation is messy." "You don't sound comforted." "I'm not." "Could it be Merck?" "Merck from the electronics shop. He sold me the device." "Did you give him your email?" "No." "Then probably not directly." "Probably." I hated that word. Probably was where bad things lived until they got names. At 1:18 a.m., my internet cut out. The laptop showed the little disconnected globe. My phone dropped from Wi-Fi to cellular. The smart speaker, already useless after my password change, blinked in the living room with a slow orange pulse. Outside, a garbage truck groaned somewhere down the block, gears grinding, metal lifting metal. "Ruth," I said, "I'm here. My Wi-Fi just died." "Router?" I looked toward the narrow shelf beside the TV where my router sat between an aloe plant and a stack of unopened mail. The power light was off, not blinking. Off, I walked over. The floorboards felt cold through my socks. The power strip was lit. The lamp plugged into it was on. The router's cable had been pulled halfway out of the back, the little barrel connector hanging loose. I stared at it. "What?" Ruth asked. "The router got unplugged." "Did you unplug it?" "No." Could the cable have slipped? It was possible. That was the terrible part. The plug had always been loose. I had meant to replace the router for months. A cat could have brushed it out if I owned a cat. A vibration could have worked it free. Old cables fail. Gravity exists. The world is full of boring explanations. But I lived alone. "Lydia, I'm plugging it back in." "Wait, what?" "Before you do, take a picture." I did. Then I plugged it in. The router lights crawled back one by one, green pinpricks reflected in the dark TV screen. When I turned around, the Kindle was on the coffee table. Not in the drawer. On the coffee table. For one suspended second, my brain rejected the image like a corrupted file. The Kindle had been in the kitchen drawer. I had closed the drawer. I knew that. I could feel the handle still under my fingers from minutes ago. Now it lay face up beside the bowl of stale popcorn. Screen glowing. A single line displayed across the top of the home page. Chapter delivery scheduled. 8:00 a.m. I did not scream. I made a small sound through my teeth, which embarrassed me even alone. "What happened?" Ruth demanded. "It's on the table." "What is?" "The Kindle. You moved it." "No, Lydia. I did not move it." The disagreement opened wider. Not because she didn't believe me exactly, because belief had become dangerous. If she accepted every impossible feeling detail, she'd have to be frightened in the same shape I was. If she rejected them, I'd be alone with it. "Check your apartment," she said. Every lock in my body tightened. "What?" "Lydia, listen. If the router was unplugged and the Kindle moved, then either you moved it without noticing or someone was inside. Don't. I'm not saying that to scare you. I'm saying check the door and windows." The chain was still on. The deadbolt was turned. The windows were shut. The bathroom was empty. The closet held coats, shoes, a vacuum, and the particular stale smell of old cardboard. Under the bed, nothing but a storage bin and dust clumps that trembled when I aimed my phone flashlight at them. I checked anyway. By the time I finished, my throat tasted metallic. "No one," I said. "Okay, you don't believe me. I believe that you're scared and something is happening. I don't know which parts are connected." Wow, don't punish me for staying useful. That landed because she was right. I sat on the edge of the bed, phone in one hand, flashlight in the other. The apartment around me seemed to keep shifting by a few degrees, not visually, in meaning. The drawer was not just a drawer now. The router was not just a router. The Kindle was not just a Kindle. Every normal object had become a possible witness or accomplice. At 1:32 a.m., Ruth called Theo. She conferenced him in without asking me again, which made me furious for about 3 seconds. And then he started talking, and I was too tired to hold onto the anger. Theo Barrett, 37, male, joined by phone from Jersey City. His voice was low and practical, with a faint New Jersey flattening around his vowels. He said he worked information security for a hospital network, which sounded more serious than sunglasses spam. He did not make jokes. I liked that immediately. "Ruth gave me the outline," he said. "Lydia, I need you to tell me what model Kindle it is and whether it has cellular." "I don't know. Paperwhite, older. Does it connect without Wi-Fi?" "I don't think so." "Good. Put it in airplane mode." "I'd have to touch it." "You don't have to open the book. Swipe down from the top, airplane icon." I went back to the living room. The Kindle waited on the table. I picked it up by the edges, as if fingerprints mattered now. The plastic was warmer than the room. When I swiped down, a menu appeared. Airplane mode was already off. Wi-Fi connected. Battery 81%. I froze. "It was 62 when I bought it," I said. Theo misunderstood. "Battery doesn't matter. It matters if I didn't charge it. Kindles last forever. Not when the screen light has been on half the night." "Put it in airplane mode," he said gently. I did. The Wi-Fi icon vanished. For half a second, the screen refreshed. Then the title changed. "The second version goes to her employer." My thumb jerked away from the screen. "What now?" Ruth asked. I read it out loud. Theo swore softly. "Okay," he said. "That's coercion. Is it possible?" I asked. "Can someone make my Kindle do this remotely?" "Yes," Theo said. "Not like this exactly, maybe, but yes in broad strokes. Account compromise, malicious document. send to Kindle abuse, synced notes, manipulated ebook files, weird metadata. People can make technology behave in ways that feel personal because the whole system is built out of personal information. That helped and did not help. Ruth said, "The email said Nora at 8. Now employer. Is it threatening multiple recipients? Or escalating when she blocks it?" Theo said. I looked at my laptop. My employer is in my email signature. Then assume the attacker has it. The attacker. A person. The word made the room slightly more solid. "Do you have Nora Vale's current contact anywhere?" Theo asked. "No," Ruth said nothing. Theo caught it. "Ruth, I might." I sat upright. "What do you mean you might?" Ruth's voice went thin. "I'm a librarian. We stayed loosely connected online after college. Not friends, just mutuals. I think she works at a nonprofit in Cleveland now." "You knew where she was?" I asked. "I knew public information, and you never told me." "Why would I?" "You never wanted to talk about Nora." "You were in touch with her?" "Number Lydia, no." Following someone's public posts is not being in touch. It's enough for this person to use. Ruth went silent. Theo stepped in before the silence could sour. "Focus. We need to prevent distribution and preserve evidence." "Lydia, can you disconnect your Amazon account from the device remotely?" "I think so." "Do that." "Ruth, forward me the email with full headers." "Lydia, check your Amazon content and devices page for unknown docs, personal documents, anything sent recently." The next hour became a grim little office job. Click, screenshot, save as PDF, rename file, put it in a folder, check another menu, change another password, revoke app access, remove old devices. My laptop fan whined steadily. My phone battery dipped into the red. The rain stopped around 2, leaving the street outside slick and black under the lamps. We found 3 personal documents in my Amazon library I did not recognize, all sent within the past 48 hours. Their titles were harmless at first glance: reading list backup, public domain notes, draft sync file. Theo told me not to open them. "What if the threat is inside?" I asked. "It probably is." "Then shouldn't we read it?" "No, that's how people get baited. You want the content, but the content is the hook." The hook. I thought of the sentence in Austen, baited with my own guilt. Whoever had done this understood enough about me to know I would look. Or maybe they didn't need to understand me specifically. Maybe everyone has one sentence that would make them keep reading. At 2:46 a.m., the lights went out. Not the whole neighborhood. I knew because the street lamp outside stayed on, and the red sign for the bodega across the avenue still buzzed through my blinds. Just my apartment. The laptop went dark, except for battery glow. The refrigerator cut off. The radiator stopped its ticking. The sudden loss of household hum left a pressure behind, like my ears had been packed with cotton. "What happened?" Ruth asked. "Power, breaker, my apartment only." "Do you know where the panel is?" "In the hallway closet." Theo said, "Don't go if you feel unsafe." That almost made me laugh. Feel unsafe. What was the threshold now? A threatening Kindle was on my coffee table. My router had been unplugged. My power had failed. And a woman I had wronged 11 years ago might receive the worst version of me at breakfast. "I need power," I said. laptop S at 20%. I found the breaker panel with my phone flashlight. The closet smelled like dust and winter coats. A shoebox fell when I moved the vacuum, spilling old receipts across my feet. My hands shook so badly the light bounced. One breaker had tripped. Kitchen living room, I flipped it. Nothing, flipped it back. Then on again. The lights returned. From the living room, the Kindle chimed. Not a loud sound. A small electronic ping I didn't even know Kindles could make. I walked toward it. "Don't," Ruth said, hearing my footsteps change. On the screen was a new notification. Delivery failed. Under it, use alternate route. 2 buttons. Yes, no. I did not press either. Theo said, photograph it. I did. Then the Kindle refreshed. The buttons disappeared. A new line appeared beneath the title. Manual delivery required before 8:00 a.m., Ruth whispered. What does that mean? None of us answered, because my phone buzzed with a new email. This one was not from my address. It came from a burner-looking Gmail account with a string of numbers in the name. No subject. The body had one sentence. Bring the Kindle back to Merck's shop before he opens, or the next chapter goes out. Attached was a photo. Me standing at my hallway closet with the breaker panel open, phone flashlight in hand, taken from inside my apartment, or from a camera already there. The image was grainy, tinted greenish-gray, like low-light video. I zoomed until the pixels broke apart. It showed the side of my face, my bare feet among the spilled receipts, the vacuum hose curved behind me like a dead snake. Ruth said my name. Theo said, get out of the apartment now. And this time, nobody argued. I shoved my feet into sneakers without socks. I grabbed my coat, laptop, phone charger, and the Kindle, because leaving it behind suddenly felt worse than carrying it. At the door, I stopped with my hand on the chain. The hallway outside was quiet, except for a distant drip somewhere below, and the old building settling in the wet dark. I looked back once. The smart speaker on the shelf blinked orange. The printer under my desk flashed its little warning light. The dead flashlight from the drawer lay on the coffee table now, though I did not remember taking it out. Lydia, Ruth said through the phone, small and urgent. Move. I opened the door. The choice had changed. It wasn't open the book or don't. It was stay inside a watched room until 8, or carry the thing that had turned my life into leverage back through Queens before dawn, to a shop whose owner may or may not have known exactly what he sold me. I stepped into the hallway and pulled the door shut behind me. The lock clicked like a period at the end of a sentence I had not meant to write. The hallway outside my apartment had never felt long, until I had to cross it with a Kindle under my arm and a photograph of myself, taken from inside my own home, still glowing on my phone. My building was one of those narrow Astoria walk-ups with peeling cream paint, brown tile floors, and a stairwell that carried every sound too clearly. On a normal morning, I knew the rhythm of it. Mr. Alvarez coughing on the first floor, someone's dog tags jingling on the third, delivery guys buzzing every apartment because nobody wanted to walk downstairs. But at 3:04 a.m., the whole place seemed to be holding its breath. Not silent, never silent. A pipe ticked in the wall. Rainwater dripped somewhere down the back stairs. The fluorescent fixture above the landing buzzed with a faint insect sound, bright enough to make the shadows under the doors look thick and cut out. Ruth was still on the phone. "Keep me on," she said. "I am. Don't take the elevator. There is no elevator. Right, good. Stairs." Her voice was trying to be steady again, but underneath it I heard the cracks. She was breathing too fast. So was I. I had the Kindle shoved inside my coat pocket because I couldn't stand touching it. My laptop bag banged against my hip with every step. My phone was in my right hand, thumb damp against the screen. I had left my apartment light on. That bothered me more than it should have. Some childish part of me believed a lit room couldn't be empty, or watched, or waiting. On the first floor landing, I stopped. The front door to the building had a narrow glass pane reinforced with wire mesh. Through it I could see 34th Street shining black with rain. Parked cars. A dented trash can. The closed laundromat across the road with its neon sign off. No person standing there. No van idling. No figure in a hood. Just queens before dawn, wet and ordinary. That almost made it worse. I unlocked the building door and stepped outside. The cold hit my face hard enough to sting. I had forgotten socks, and my sneakers rubbed raw immediately against the backs of my heels. The rain had thinned into mist, but everything was slick. Sidewalk squares, curb cuts, the metal cellar doors outside the bodega. Somewhere above, the elevated train on 31st Street screamed along its track, sparks briefly whitening the underside of the structure. "Where are you?" Ruth asked. "Outside, on 34th, heading toward Broadway. Merck's shop is on Steinway, near 30th Avenue. Maybe 20 minutes walking. Don't walk the whole way alone. There won't be cabs. Call one. My hands are full. Lydia, I'm calling one." That became our first attempt to solve the problem. Get away from the watched apartment. Get into a rideshare. Go straight to Merck's shop before opening. And maybe force the attacker's demanded hand while Theo worked from the tech side. It failed in a way that felt boring before it felt deliberate. The rideshare app spun for nearly a minute, then assigned me a driver 12 minutes away near Northern Boulevard. I watched the little car icon crawl one block, stop, turn gray. Canceled. I tried again. Assigned, canceled. A third time the driver called me. "Where you going?" he asked, voice flat with sleep. "Steinway and 30th. At this hour, no, sorry." He hung up before I could answer. Ruth heard enough to swear. "It's fine," I said, though my heel had already started to burn. "I'll get to Broadway, more traffic there. Can you go to the precinct instead?" The 114th precinct was north, up toward Astoria Boulevard. Merck's shop was southeast. Nora's deadline was less than 5 hours away. If I go to the precinct, I sit under fluorescent lights, explaining an ebook threat, while somebody asks whether I have screenshots. I said, "You do have screenshots." I have weird screenshots, and a photo that makes me sound like I'm accusing a Kindle of stalking me. Don't phrase it that way. How should I phrase it? As unauthorized access, harassment, possible hidden camera, coercion. I kept walking. The street sloped gently, the kind of grade you don't notice until your calves complain. A delivery cyclist passed me on an e-bike, face covered to the eyes, a plastic bag swinging from one handlebar. I flinched as he cut close to the curb, then felt stupid when he didn't even look at me. Ruth softened. Theo says go somewhere public with cameras. Like where? Diner, bodega, 24-hour pharmacy. There was a 24-hour deli at Broadway, near the corner where the train stairs came down. I could picture it. Bright refrigerators, lottery signs, steam table, 2 plastic tables by the window. I aimed for that. Behind me, a car door closed. I turned too quickly and slipped on a patch of wet leaves mashed against the curb. My right foot shot forward. My left knee hit the pavement. Pain flashed white and blunt. "Lydia," Ruth shouted. "I'm okay. You fell." "I'm okay." I wasn't, not entirely. The skin over my kneecap had split through my sweatpants, and when I touched it, my fingers came away wet and dark. The Kindle dug into my ribs inside my coat. Across the street, a man getting out of a parked Honda looked over at me with the irritated concern of a stranger deciding whether he had to get involved. "You good?" he called. "Yeah," I said. "Too fast." Slipped. He lifted one hand and went inside his building. Misdirection has a shape when you're already scared. It stands like a threat until it moves like a person. The car door, the figure, the timing, all of it had arranged itself into danger for 3 seconds. Then it was just a man coming home late, carrying a CVS bag, not following me, not part of anything. My knee throbbed as I limped the last block to Broadway. The deli was open. Thank God. Inside, it smelled like burnt coffee, bleach, and frying bacon. The lights were too bright, turning the wet sleeves of my coat shiny. A television mounted in the corner played local news with captions on. Behind the counter, a man in a Mets hoodie looked up from his phone. Samir Haddad, 41, male, was the overnight clerk. He had tired eyes, a trimmed beard, and the careful politeness of someone used to handling drunk customers without escalating them. I had bought coffee there enough times that we recognized each other without knowing names. "You okay?" asked, seeing my knee. I slipped outside. "You need napkins, please." He handed me a stack and pointed toward the plastic tables. I sat by the window facing the door because my body had started making decisions before I could. Ruth stayed on the phone while I pressed napkins against my knee and tried not to hiss. Theo came back on the line after several minutes away. "I found something," he said. That was our second attempt. Let Theo trace the digital trail while I stayed in a public place. "What?" I asked. "The email to Ruth didn't actually come from your account. It spoofed the display name and used a look-alike sender address. 1 letter off. Lowercase l instead of capital I in the domain string. So my email wasn't hacked, not necessarily. But your Amazon account still had unknown documents, and that Newark login could be real. This person is mixing things. Some actual access, some theater." The word theater made me look out the deli window. Across Broadway, under the steel ribs of the elevated track, a black SUV slowed near the curb. Its headlights washed through the rain mist and across the deli glass. For 1 second, I saw my reflection sitting there with pale lips, hair half out of its tie, blood soaking through a paper napkin. Then the SUV moved on. "What kind of theater?" Ruth asked. "Enough to make Lydia panic and make bad choices," Theo said. like leaving home in the middle of the night, carrying the device they want. I looked down at my coat pocket. The Kindle seemed heavier than its size allowed. Great, I said. Love realizing that after I'm on Broadway bleeding into deli napkins. Not blaming you, Theo said, just adjusting. Samir came over with a small first aid kit and a paper cup of water. Clean it, he said. Bathroom sink is gross. Thank you. His eyes moved to my phone. You want me call someone? I have people on the phone. He nodded, not prying. That kindness nearly undid me. While I cleaned my knee with antiseptic wipes that burned like punishment, Theo kept talking. The 3 unknown Kindle documents had been delivered through Amazon's personal document service, likely using an email address approved in my account settings. He had me check the list. There it was, an approved sender I did not recognize. M. Noack Archivat. I stopped reading aloud. What? Ruth asked. M. Noack. Merck, she said. Or someone using his name, Theo added quickly. I pulled up the account page again, fingers slipping on the trackpad. The approved address had been added Thursday night, the night I bought the Kindle. Around 8:12 p.m., I remembered the shop. Merck tapping the sticker. Returned, works fine. The steam from the halal cart outside, me paying in cash. Could he have added it? I asked. Only if he had access to your Amazon account, Theo said. Or if the device wasn't fully wiped and something happened during setup. Or if you entered credentials on a compromised device. I logged in at home. Then maybe not him directly, but the address uses his name, which could mean involvement or framing. Ruth said, either way, going to his shop alone is a terrible idea. I looked at the deadline in the corner of my phone. 3:41 a.m., 4 hours and 19 minutes. Then, what do we do? Nobody answered fast enough. I knew what I wanted. Someone official calm, armed with forms and authority, to step in and tell me this had become real enough to take from me. But I also knew how easily the story could collapse under its own weirdness. A used Kindle, altered books, a threat involving a woman I didn't want to explain, a photo possibly from a compromised smart speaker or printer camera or laptop webcam, except the angle didn't quite match any of those. Maybe the camera is in the apartment, Ruth said. Maybe all this is to get you out so they can get in. They were already in enough to take the photo. Maybe not physically. Theo said, we need to identify the camera angle. Lydia, where was your laptop when you were at the breaker panel? Kitchen table. Could it see the closet? No, wrong angle. Smart speaker, no camera, printer. It has a scanner, not a camera. Old phone, tablet, anything. I thought of the junk drawer. Dead flashlight, menus, batteries, rubber bands. And the Kindle. Could the Kindle take pictures? I asked. No, Theo said, not a paperwhite. That should have relieved me. It didn't. At 3:55 a.m., Ruth said she was coming to Queens. No, I said immediately. Yes, you'll just get dragged in deeper. I'm already in. My Kindle changed too. Stay home and help Theo. I can't help Theo. I'm a librarian with a bleeding friend in a deli and a possibly criminal e-reader. I'm coming. We argued for 4 minutes. Softly, because I was still in public. Sharply, because fear turns every practical sentence into an accusation. In the end, she ordered a car before telling me, and unlike mine, hers accepted. That's not fair, I said. Correct. What about the deadline? We go to the precinct together, or Merrick's shop together, or both. But you are not walking into that place alone because an anonymous email told you to. While Ruth was on her way, I tried one more partial solution, contacting Nora first. It was Theo's suggestion, and it landed like a slap. If Nora is the threatened recipient, he said, warning her reduces leverage. No, Lydia, no. Ruth said nothing, which was worse. I don't have her number, I said. She has a public work email, Ruth replied carefully. I found it. You found it fast. She works for a tenants' rights nonprofit. It's on their website. Of course she does. What does that mean? Nothing. But it meant everything. Nora had turned toward helping people who were at risk of losing homes, while I edited language that helped insurers deny responsibility without sounding cruel. That wasn't fair to myself, maybe. It was how it felt at 4:02 a.m. with blood drying on my knee. Theo said, "You don't need to confess. Just warn her that she may receive malicious content from a compromised account." That sounded reasonable. Too reasonable. Because if I wrote to Nora, even a clean warning, I opened a door I had kept locked for 11 years. I imagined her seeing my name before sunrise, her face, her hand pausing over the mouse. The old hearing room smell, coffee, carpet, copier toner rose in my memory so vividly I almost gagged. What if she asks why? I said. Then you decide what to say. You don't understand. Ruth's voice changed. Then help us understand. I stared at the deli napkins crumpled on the table, spotted with rust-colored blood. I forwarded an email, I said. Neither of them interrupted. It was from Nora to me. She was angry. She'd written things about a professor, about sleeping pills, about wanting to disappear for a while. She didn't mean disappear like she meant leave school. She was dramatic. We all were dramatic. But there had been complaints about the professor, and I was afraid my name would get pulled in because I'd helped her draft one of them. My scholarship was already shaky. My mother was sick. I was scared. The deli refrigerator hummed behind me. Bottles clicked softly as the compressor kicked harder. So I forwarded it anonymously to Student Affairs, I said. I thought they'd check on her. I told myself that. But it made her look unstable and vindictive. And when the professor pushed back, the school leaned on that. She lost the complaint. She left the semester after. Everyone thought someone else had sent it. I let them. Ruth was quiet for so long that I wished the attacker would email again just to change the subject. Finally, she said, Lyd, I know. Did Nora know? No. Theo spoke gently. That's exactly the kind of thing an attacker could use if they had old emails. I deleted them. Deleted isn't always gone. Backups, old accounts, forwarded copies, compromised college email, someone from that hearing. We don't know yet. A new text arrived from Ruth. Her car was 10 minutes away. Then an email arrived from the burner account. No subject again. Public places are for people with clean versions. Attached was another photo. This one showed me inside the deli, seated by the window with the first aid kit open on the table. The angle came from outside, across Broadway, slightly elevated, not from inside the deli. I stood so fast the chair legs squealed. Samir looked over. Miss, Across the street, under the elevated tracks, no one stood obviously with a camera. A few parked cars, a newspaper box, the dark stairway up to the train platform, a traffic light swinging slightly in the damp wind. Then I saw the source, a delivery bike locked to a signpost, with a phone mounted on the handlebars, black case, camera aimed toward the deli window. For 1 second, it looked like a trap from a movie. Then a young man in a reflective jacket came out of the bodega next door carrying cigarettes and an energy drink. He unlocked the bike, glanced at me staring through the glass, and made a confused face. Not guilty, just tired. He pulled the phone from its mount, checked the screen, and rode away toward 31st Avenue. Misdirection again, maybe, because the photo had still been taken. The camera angle, Theo said after I described it, could be from the train platform, could be someone across the street, could be someone watching your phone location and using nearby cameras opportunistically. Nearby cameras, Ruth asked. Not city cameras magically. Doorbell cams, hacked webcams, unsecured security feeds, someone physically present. Lots of possibilities. None comforting. Samir came over again, this time more alert. You in trouble? He asked. I could have said no. Reflex nearly made me. Instead I said maybe. Can I stay here until my friend comes? He looked at the window, then at my phone, then at my injured knee. You sit away from glass, he said. That simple instruction steadied me more than any password change had. I moved to a table near the back, beside shelves of cereal and paper towels. From there, I could see the entrance, the counter, and the aisle to the bathroom. Samir locked the side door, but left the main door open, because a closed store at that hour invited different problems. Ruth arrived at 4:23 a.m., hair shoved under a knit hat, coat buttoned wrong, face pale under freckles. She came in so quickly the bell over the deli door smacked against the glass. Ruth crossed the store and hugged me hard enough to hurt my ribs where the Kindle pressed between us. Mad at you, she said into my shoulder. I know. I'm also here, I know. She pulled back and looked at my knee. That needs cleaning better, it's fine. It's not fine. Nothing is fine. Samir gave her the first aid kit without being asked. Ruth cleaned the scrape with the brisk gentleness of someone who had bandaged enough children to know apology wastes time. I flinched, cursed, and gripped the edge of the table. We go to the precinct, she said. The email said Merrick S. The email can rot. Theo, still on speaker, said, I agree with precinct first. At 4:31 a.m., we began moving north toward the 114th precinct instead of east toward Merrick's shop. That was our third attempt. It lasted 12 minutes. Ruth and I walked from the deli up Broadway, then turned north on 31st Street under the elevated tracks. The train overhead made conversation impossible every few minutes, steel shrieking against steel, the whole structure trembling above us. My knee stiffened with each block. Ruth carried my laptop bag despite my protests. The Kindle stayed in my coat pocket, airplane mode on, or so I hoped. Astoria at that hour was a map of half-lit places, a bakery with racks visible through the back window, a dark nail salon, a Greek cafe being hosed down by a man in rubber boots, apartment windows glowing here, and they're like people had fallen asleep with lamps on. We reached 30th Avenue and waited at the light. My phone buzzed. Burner email. This one had no attachment. Wrong direction. Then another message immediately after. A photo of Nora Vale, not recent from social media. Old, college old. Nora sitting on the dorm room floor with her knees up, wearing my Ohio State sweatshirt, face turned away from the camera. A photo I had taken. A photo that had lived on my old laptop. Below it, manual delivery begins in 10 minutes unless the device enters the shop. Ruth read over my shoulder. "Oh God," she said. I looked north toward the precinct, then east toward Steinway Street and Merrick's shop. We were close to both, in the cruel way New York makes everything close until you have to choose. The precinct was still a long walk north. Merrick's shop was east and a little south, down toward the stretch of Steinway where shutters were pulled over storefronts, and delivery trucks would soon start double parking. Theo said, "It's bluffing." "Is it?" I asked. "It wants you to go to the shop. That means the shop matters. Or it means avoiding the shop costs Nora." Ruth's jaw tightened. "Lydia, this is exactly the trap. I know. Knowing doesn't help if you step in it. My old photo, Ruth, I saw. My old laptop died in 2017. It's in a closet at my mother's house in Ohio. Then someone got it another way. Or someone from back then is involved." The walk signal changed. A truck hissed through the intersection. Overhead, another train approached, its lights sliding along the curve of track. My phone buzzed again. A countdown link. No app, no website name, just a bare page that opened in the browser before I could stop myself because my thumb hit the notification. 095909580957 under it. Return property. Receive chapter. Choose what becomes public. Theo said, "Close it." I closed it. The numbers stayed in my mind anyway. Ruth grabbed my wrist. "We go to the precinct. Now." I looked at her hand on me, then at the Kindle shape bulging inside my coat, then at the street stretching east. The point of no return did not feel dramatic. It felt like exhaustion making a decision my conscience had been avoiding. "No," I said. Ruth stared at me. "Lydia, if this sends at 8 or in 10 minutes or whenever it decides, Nora gets dragged back into something I did again. I won't let that happen without at least knowing what's at the shop." That's guilt talking. "Yes," I said. "It is." A cab rolled slowly along 30th Avenue with its light on. I stepped off the curb and raised my hand before Ruth could stop me. The driver pulled over. Ruth looked at me like I had slapped her. Then she opened the rear door and got in after me. Theo's voice came from the phone in my hand, tinny and urgent. "Keep the call on. Do not enter the shop if anything looks wrong. Do you hear me?" The cab smelled like pine air freshener and old vinyl. Ruth slid in on one side, I on the other, the Kindle between us like contraband. "Steinway and 30th, I told the driver. As we pulled away from the curb, my phone screen lit again. The countdown stopped. A new message replaced it. "Good, bring both readers." Ruth and I looked at each other. Her face changed first. Not fear exactly, recognition. "My Kindle," she said. It was in her tote bag at her feet. She had brought it. Of course she had. For evidence. For comparison. For me. The cab turned east toward Steinway. And behind us, the route to the precinct slid out of view beneath the elevated tracks. Retreat was no longer behind us in any useful way. It had become a direction we had chosen not to take. The cab dropped us half a block from Merrick's shop because the driver refused to stop in front of the metal shutters. "Too much double parking here," he said, though the street was almost empty. He wasn't wrong, exactly. Steinway before dawn had a stripped-down look. All signage and wet pavement and delivery trucks idling with hazards ticking. The halal cart from Thursday was gone. A bakery van sat crooked near the curb. One storefront had its lights on in the back, where someone moved between stacked crates. The rest of the block looked asleep behind corrugated steel. Ruth paid because my hands were wrapped around the Kindle through my coat pocket. The cab pulled away. For a second, we stood under the awning of a closed nail salon, both of us looking at the used electronics shop across the slick sidewalk. Merrick's metal gate was down. Behind it, the glass door was dark. The sign above the shop read Astoria Phone and Tech Repair in faded blue letters. In the window, barely visible through the gate, were old iPhone boxes, cables, and a cardboard placard that said "We buy devices cash." Ruth's tote bag hung from her shoulder, heavy with her own Kindle. Theo was still on speaker, his voice low and tight. "Describe what you see." "Closed shop," Ruth said. "Gate down, no lights in front. Some kind of back room glow maybe, but I can't tell. No people, no entering," Theo said. "You hear me, you document, you call police. You do not enter." I looked at the time. 4:52 a.m., the countdown had stopped, but the deadline was still there in my head. 8 o'clock. Nora, my employer, the first version. The polite version. Rected version. The Kindle vibrated in my pocket. Not a chime this time. A long, insect-like buzz against my ribs. I took it out. The screen was on. Place both readers in the mail slot. Ruth said, "Absolutely not." The shop door had a brass mail slot set low, under the handle, the kind used for envelopes and repair tickets. The gate covered it, but there was a rectangular cutout in the metal where fingers could reach through to open the flap. Theo said, "This is evidence. Don't hand it over." The Kindle refreshed. "You have 4 minutes." Below that, the first lines of a document appeared. "To whom it may concern at the Cleveland Tenants Defense Project." I stopped breathing the way people mean when they say it, not poetic, just my chest forgetting its job. The next line appeared. "My name is Lydia Marsh, and in 2014, I knowingly forwarded private communications from Nora Vale." I pressed the power button. The screen went blank. Ruth stared at me. "Lydia, it's drafting it. Then we need to stop the account, not feed the device to whoever wants it. What if it sends from somewhere else? What if giving them both Kindles is exactly how they send it?" The disagreement was no longer small. It stood between us on the sidewalk, damp and furious. Theo cut in. "Lydia, listen to me. If that document exists in their system, surrendering the device may not stop it. The device might be bait, or it might be a hardware handoff. We need to know who is collecting." Ruth pointed at the shop. Cameras. A small black dome camera sat above the shop door, angled toward the sidewalk. Another was mounted under the awning of the pawn shop next door. There was also the bakery van, its dash cam likely pointed down the block. Public places were for people with clean versions. I looked at the mail slot, then at Ruth's tote. "Give me yours," I said. "No, I'm not putting them in. Just let me see it." She hesitated, then pulled out her Kindle. It was newer than mine, white case, library sticker residue on the back, because she borrowed and labeled everything like the world would behave if properly cataloged. Its screen woke when she touched it. Her home screen had the same gray title. The first version was polite, but underneath it, where mine had shown a delivery warning, hers displayed a different line. "Thank you for bringing the witness." Ruth's face emptied. "That's enough," Theo said. "Leave. Walk away now." A scraping sound came from inside the shop. All three of us went still. Behind the gate, something moved in the darkness. Not a shape yet, just a shift of shadow behind the glass. Ruth stepped back. The mail slot clicked from the inside. A narrow flap opened. A hand pushed through, not ghostly, not monstrous. Human. Male, probably, with pale fingers and bitten nails. The hand held a folded piece of paper between two fingers. Ruth made a small sound. The hand dropped the paper onto the sidewalk and withdrew. The flap snapped shut. For a few seconds, none of us moved. Then the Kindle buzzed again. "Read it," Theo said. "Don't touch it barehanded." Ruth already had a dog waste bag from her tote, because librarians and dog owners are prepared for disgusting surprises. She turned it inside out over her hand, picked up the paper, and unfolded it. There were 4 printed lines. "Open the old reader. Export the annotations. Delete the sender address. Or explain Nora to everyone." At the bottom was an 8-digit code. Ruth read it aloud to Theo. He said, "That sounds like a 2-factor recovery code or account verification code." "Lydia, did you get any texts?" "No, email, I checked. There was a new Amazon security email. Your export is ready." My stomach dropped. Theo swore again, louder this time. "They're trying to get the annotations export. If they can get the file, it may contain the malicious documents, notes, maybe embedded payloads, maybe just the compiled text they want. Or they want you to trigger something from the device locally." "Why need us here?" Ruth asked. "Because maybe the old Kindle is already registered and trusted. Or because the shop Wi-Fi has something set up. Or because the person inside can't access the account without the device." The shop's back room light flicked on. A figure moved behind the glass door. Merrick opened the inner door from the inside, but the metal gate stayed locked between us. He looked worse than he had Thursday. Same silver hair, but flattened on one side. Same glasses, crooked now. His shirt was untucked under a navy jacket. A strip of white bandage crossed his left temple. Merrick Nowak, 58 male, was very much present now, and he looked terrified. "Give them," he said through the gate. Ruth stepped forward. "Are you doing this?" Merrick's eyes darted to the camera above us. "Give them. Who is them?" He swallowed. "You should not come." "You told me the Kindle was returned," I said. "It was." "By who?" He pressed one hand to the gate. His fingers trembled against the metal grid. "My nephew." Behind him, deeper in the shop, something clattered. Merrick flinched. A younger man's voice called from the back. No talking. The pieces did not snap together neatly. They dragged into place with resistance. Theo said through the phone, "Back away." "Now," Ruth whispered, "there's someone else inside." I knew that. I also knew Merck's mail slot note had not sounded like the attacker's voice. It sounded like instructions from someone trapped between danger and guilt. "What's your nephew's name?" I asked. Merck's mouth worked. The voice from inside came closer. "Uncle, Gate." Merck closed his eyes for half a second. "Pavel," he said. Pavel Nowak, 29 male, appeared behind him wearing a black rain jacket and nitrile gloves. He had Merck's cheekbones and none of his softness. His hair was buzzed close. One ear had a small silver hoop. In one hand, he held a phone. In the other, a pry bar, not a gun. That should have made it better. It didn't. He smiled through the gate. "Lydia," he said. "Ruth, Theo, if you're still listening." Ruth's hand tightened around her phone. Pavel lifted his own phone and waved it slightly. "Don't bother hanging up. I only need 5 more minutes." Theo said, "Pavel, this call is being recorded." "No, it isn't," Pavel said. "But you can tell yourself that." Ruth's eyes flicked to me, then to her tote. It hit me. Ruth recorded everything when she panicked with purpose. School board meetings, parent complaints, contractor calls. She had started recording before we got out of the cab. Pavel didn't know that. "Hear what happens," Pavel said. "You put both Kindles through the slot. I delete the scheduled sends. You leave. Nobody gets embarrassed." Merck whispered, "Pavel, enough." Pavel turned the pry bar slightly, not quite toward Merck, but enough. "Uncle, please." Merck went quiet. Street around us had begun to wake in small increments. A box truck reversed down the block with steady beeps. Somewhere, a gate rattled as another shop opened. Far off, the elevated train screamed around a curve. "Public, not safe." "Why, Nora?" I asked. Pavel shrugged. "Because you cared." "How did you know?" I read. The simplicity of it made my skin tighten. He nodded toward the Kindle. "Return devices are full of ghosts people make themselves. Accounts left signed in. Notes. Old documents. Screenshots. Password hints. Your little reader wasn't the only one. People trade privacy for convenience every day and then act surprised when someone collects. That Kindle was empty when I got it." "Sure, by the time you saw it," Theo said. "So you preloaded documents through an approved sender and used account spoofing to coerce her into returning the hardware." Pavel's smile thinned. "Hospital boy wants a badge." Merck whispered. "He uses repair laptops, customer phones, old backups." I told him stop. Pavel snapped. "You told me nothing when the money paid rent." There it was, not supernatural, not even elegant, a repair shop, returned devices, personal documents, spoofed emails, old photos, a nephew with enough technical skill and enough cruelty to turn scraps into a weapon. My fear had given it the rest. "You sent the photo from my apartment," I said. Pavel looked pleased. "Your laptop camera was boring. Wrong angle. But your printer software had remote diagnostics on, and your router password was printed on the old service card in the photo you sent Ruth last year. The breaker picture was from the old phone in your junk drawer. My old phone, dead flashlight drawer. Nice label, by the way. You should recycle electronics." The dead flashlight on the coffee table. Not moved by a ghost. Moved by me, maybe, when I ransacked the drawer. Or by panic. Or he had seen enough of the drawer through an old phone camera I'd forgotten had battery when plugged into a power bank beneath the clutter. I had not even remembered it was there. Ruth said, "How did you move the Kindle?" Pavel laughed once. I didn't. She did. I opened my mouth, closed it, because I could not prove I hadn't. Because exhaustion had put holes in the night. Because fear had edited me too. That was the ugliest part. He didn't need every trick to be real. Only needed enough true ones that I would doubt the rest. Kindles, Pavel said. The smile was gone now. Slot, now. The countdown on my phone restarted. 030002. 59. Merk looked at me through the gate, eyes wet and furious. He will not delete, Merk said quickly. He never deletes, he keeps. Pavel slammed the pry bar against the inside of the gate. The sound cracked down the block. Ruth jolted backward. Merk stumbled. Everything narrowed. The gate. The mail slot. The two Kindles. Ruth's tote. Theo breathing on speaker. Pavel's gloved hand. Merk's bandage. My knee pulsing in hot, stiff waves. We needed an option that wasn't surrender or retreat. Ruth found one first. She dropped her Kindle, not dramatically. She let it slip from her hand, so it hit the wet sidewalk with a flat plastic smack, screen up. Oh, damn, she said, too loudly. Pavel's eyes snapped down. So did mine. The screen had cracked at one corner. Ruth bent as if to grab it. Instead, she kicked it, hard. The Kindle skidded under the metal gate and into the shop, spinning across the floor toward Pavel's shoes. He reacted by instinct. He bent. Merk moved, not heroically, not cleanly. An older man making a desperate choice with a bad leg and worse odds. He shoved Pavel from the side with both hands. Pavel slipped on the wet Kindle. The pry bar clanged to the floor. Run, Theo shouted from Ruth's phone. But I didn't run. I shoved my own Kindle through the mail slot. Not to surrender it, to jam it. I forced it sideways into the brass slot and pushed until the faded blue case wedged between the flap and the frame. The gate's lock was old, but the mail slot hardware was older. The Kindle stuck halfway, bridging inside and outside. Pavel lunged toward it. Ruth grabbed my coat and yanked me back as his hand shot through the cutout. His fingers caught my wrist. Pain burst sharp and immediate. I screamed then. No dignity. No restraint. He squeezed hard enough that the bones ground. His nails dug into my skin. I twisted, slipped on my bad knee, and went down partly sideways. Ruth hit him with her tote bag. The corner of her hardcover planner inside made a solid, ugly sound against his knuckles. He let go. My wrist burned. 4 crescent cuts opened red across the skin. Merk had the pry bar now. He didn't swing at Pavel's head. He jammed it through the gate from inside, between the bars, and hooked it against the external padlock hasp. Pull, he yelled. Ruth understood before I did. She grabbed the outer gate handle. I grabbed it with my left hand because my right wrist wouldn't close. Merk heaved from inside. We pulled from outside. Pavel slammed into Merk, and both men crashed against a display case. Glass cracked. Boxes toppled. Something electronic shrieked as it hit the floor and kept beeping. The hasp bent. Not enough. Again, Merk shouted. Pavel came up with blood on his cheek from the broken case. He grabbed the pry bar. Merk held on. 2 men, 1 tool, 1 gate, 1 stupid old lock between us, and whatever happened next. Ruth looked down the block and screamed, "Fire! Help, fire!" It was not elegant. It worked better than police. A bakery worker stepped out of the lit doorway 2 shops down. The delivery truck driver stopped with a crate in his hands. A woman walking a small dog froze under the awning across the street. Ruth screamed again. "Call 911. Pavel heard the witnesses before he saw them. His face changed. For the first time, he looked young. Not harmless, just young enough to understand the world had widened beyond his screen. He let go of the pry bar and bolted toward the back of the shop. Merck stumbled after him, then stopped, breathing hard, one hand pressed to his ribs. Theo was shouting something through the phone. The countdown on my phone reached 0018. "Lydia," Ruth said. The Kindle was still jammed in the mail slot, screen flickering from pressure. I pulled it free. The screen refreshed. Manual delivery interrupted. Then, export pending. "Code," Theo said. "The code on Merck's paper. Use it." "What?" "If it's account recovery or export cancellation, use it where the email says." Now. My hands shook so badly Ruth had to hold the phone while I opened the Amazon security email. There was a link to manage exports. Theo talked me through checking the URL twice, then 3 times, making sure it wasn't a fake domain. My right wrist throbbed. Blood from the nail cuts made the screen tacky. I entered the 8-digit code. A page loaded. Annotation export, pending 1 button. Cancel export, I pressed it. The page spun. The countdown reached 0003. 00020001, then the browser flashed. Export canceled. For a second, nothing happened. No sirens yet. No dramatic release. Just the wet street, the bent gate, Ruth breathing hard beside me, Merck sagging against the inside of the shop, and my own pulse pounding in my injured wrist. Then my phone buzzed again. A final burner email, no subject. That was 1 copy. Ruth read it with me. Neither of us spoke. From the back of the shop came the crash of a door opening. Pavel was getting out through the rear. The bakery worker shouted something in Greek. A dog began barking in frantic little bursts. Somewhere close, finally, a siren started winding toward us. Merck fumbled with keys from inside the gate. "He has laptop," he said. "Back room, drives." "Stay there," Ruth snapped. "Police are coming." Merck shook his head. If he takes, he didn't finish. He unlocked the gate with hands that barely worked. It jerked upward halfway, stuck, then rose with a squeal. Ruth grabbed my sleeve. "We are not going in." Pavel appeared for half a second in the narrow alley beside the shop, behind the bakery van, carrying a black backpack. He looked toward us. Our eyes met. No mask, no shadow, no monster. Just a man who had found the right lever inside me and pulled. Then he ran. I did not chase him. I couldn't have if I wanted to. My knee had gone stiff, my wrist was swelling, and my body had reached the end of what terror could borrow from it. Ruth did run 3 steps into the street, phone raised, recording him as he cut behind the van and disappeared toward 28th Avenue. "Got his face," she said, voice shaking. The first police car turned onto Steinway, with lights washing red and blue over the wet storefronts. Merck sat down hard on the shop threshold. I sank beside the bent gate because my legs stopped holding. The Kindle lay in my lap. Its cracked corner had widened from being jammed in the slot. faded blue case was torn. The screen showed Pride and Prejudice again, frozen on a normal page, a normal sentence, a normal book. For the first time all night, that felt obscene. Ruth crouched next to me and took my uninjured hand. "Resolved?" she asked, not like she believed it. I looked at Merrick, at the police lights, at the alley where Pavel had vanished with whatever copies he had made, at the phone in Ruth's other hand still recording, at my own blood drying along the Kindle's edge. "No," I said. Then I corrected myself because some part of the conflict had ended. The export had been canceled. The countdown had stopped. Pavel had run because witnesses existed. The threat had become a person with a name and a face instead of a voice inside a book. "Not resolved," I said, "but real." Ruth squeezed my hand. That was the cost, I think. Not the wrist, not the knee, not even Nora, though that was coming. The cost was that my private fear had been dragged into daylight, and daylight had not made it smaller. It had only made it visible. By the time the second police car arrived, the sky over Steinway had started to turn the color of wet concrete. Not morning exactly. More like the city admitting night was finished with us. The first officer told me to sit on the curb, and then immediately told me not to sit on the curb because my knee was bleeding through my sweatpants, and the curb was slick with rainwater and old oil. So I stood there for a while, uselessly holding the damaged Kindle in both hands, until Ruth snapped. She needs a chair, with the kind of voice she used on teenagers trying to lie about overdue books. They brought one out from Merck's shop, a rolling office chair with one broken armrest. I sat in it under the half-raised gate while police lights washed the storefronts red, then blue, then red again. The electronics shop looked smaller with the lights on. Meaner, too. Glass case cracked, boxes on the floor. Phone chargers spilled like black noodles. Behind the counter, the back room door hung open, and I could see a desk with 3 monitors, a stack of old tablets, and a plastic bin full of phones with masking tape labels stuck to them. Returned devices. Lost devices. Forgotten devices. All those little sealed lives people handed over because the screens were cracked or the batteries were dead, because they thought wiping something meant erasing it from the world. Merck sat on a step inside the shop with a paramedic checking the cut on his temple. He looked shrunken in the fluorescent light, his shoulders curved inward, one hand resting on his ribs where Pavel had shoved him. He didn't look like a villain. That bothered me. He looked like an old man who had seen trouble growing in the corner of his business and decided, day after day, that it was not quite big enough to confront, until it was. Ruth stayed beside me, one hand on my shoulder, her other hand wrapped around her phone like she expected someone to try to take it. Her Kindle was in an evidence bag now. Mine too. When the officer slid them both into plastic, I felt a strange, childish panic, like he was taking away the only object that could prove I hadn't invented the whole night. Officer Dana Whitcomb, 46, female, was the first person in uniform who seemed to understand which parts mattered. She had tired eyes, gray streaked hair pulled into a tight bun, and the clipped patience of someone who had heard every bad story people tell at 5 in the morning and knew some of them were true. She took Ruth's recording seriously. She took the burner emails seriously. She took Theo seriously when he repeated, for the third time, this is coercion, unlawful access, and possibly data theft through a repair business. What it is, Officer Whitcomb said, is something detectives and cyber people are going to untangle. For right now, I need clean statements. Clean. That word nearly made me laugh. There was nothing clean about any of it. An ambulance came, though I kept saying I didn't need one. Ruth overruled me again, which had become a theme. The EMT, Jason Pell, 27 male, had a shaved head and a calm voice that made every instruction sound like he was asking me to pass the salt. He cleaned my knee properly, which hurt worse than the fall, and wrapped my wrist after checking whether I could move my fingers. Probably sprained, he said. Maybe not broken. You'll want an X-ray. I can move it. People say that with broken wrists all the time. I have to give a statement. You can give a statement with an ice pack. He pressed one into my hand. The cold bit down hard. By then, dawn had become real. Delivery trucks moved along Steinway. A man opening the bakery 2 doors down kept glancing over while pretending not to. Commuters on their way to the train slowed when they saw the police tape, then sped up when one officer looked back at them. The neighborhood was doing what neighborhoods do around other people's disasters, absorbing, judging, continuing. Merrick asked to speak to me once. Officer Whitcomb looked at me first. I said yes, because I didn't know what else to do with the anger in my chest. He came over slowly, one palm pressed to his side. I am sorry, he said. It sounded too small. Maybe apologies always do when they arrive after damage. You knew, I said, his face tightened. I knew he was taking things from old phones, photos, passwords sometimes. I told him stop. He said everyone does. He said people are stupid with devices. And you kept him working there. He is my sister's son. That's not an answer. No, Merrick said. It is excuse. I looked down at my bandaged wrist. 4 nail marks had bled through the gauze in small brown dots. Did you add the approved sender to my account? No, he did. I think from device serial, from setup, from something he put before. I do not understand all. I fix screens. He does the computers. Merrick swallowed. He watched people. Not all. Some. The ones with secrets. How would he know who had secrets? Merrick gave me a tired, awful look. Everyone has. That stayed with me more than I wanted it to. Pavel did not get far. Not that morning. A patrol car found him 3 blocks east, trying to cut through a service alley behind a closed pharmacy. The bakery van's dash cam caught him running with the backpack. Ruth's video caught his face. The pawn shop camera caught the moment he came out the rear door. He still had gloves on when they stopped him. That detail made the officers look at him differently. Inside the backpack, they found a laptop, 2 portable drives, and a small envelope of microSD cards. None of that was shown to me, obviously. I learned it later through Officer Whitcomb, and then through the detective who called me 3 times that week asking me to explain things I wished had no names. At Mount Sinai, Queens, the X-ray said my wrist was not broken. Sprained, bruised, ugly. They gave me a brace and discharge papers with instructions I didn't read. until Ruth read them aloud in my apartment that afternoon. Ice 20 minutes at a time. Elevate. Return if numbness spreads. Normal instructions for a normal injury. My knee was cleaned again and covered with a thicker bandage. I got a tetanus shot because nobody could say what exactly my skin had met on the sidewalk. Ruth sat beside me in the urgent care waiting room, holding 2 paper cups of coffee she had bought from a machine that produced something closer to warm punishment. She looked older than she had the night before. So did I, probably. Neither of us talked much. The silence wasn't comfortable, but it was shared. At 8:00 a.m., nothing arrived in Nora's inbox. We know because I emailed her at 7:41. Not the careful, bloodless warning Theo had suggested. Not a full confession either. Something in between, which is usually where cowards start trying to become honest. I wrote, "Nora, this is Lydia Marsh. I'm sorry to contact you like this. Someone accessed old material related to me and may try to send you something cruel or invasive. If you receive anything from an unknown address, please don't open attachments. I am working with police." Then I sat in a plastic chair at urgent care and stared at the draft until Ruth said, "There's more," I said. "I know." So I added, "There's also something I should have told you years ago. In 2014, I forwarded your private email to Student Affairs. I did it anonymously. I let people believe it was someone else. I am sorry. I know that does not repair what happened. I will answer you if you want answers, and I will leave you alone if you don't. I sent it before I could make it prettier. The read receipt never came because normal people turn those off. For 3 hours, there was no reply. Then, while Ruth was heating soup in my kitchen and Theo was on the phone with Amazon support for the second time, my phone buzzed. Nora wrote, "I wondered," 2 words. I stared at them until the screen dimmed. Then another message came. "Do not contact me again unless police need something. I hope you understand that an apology is not a repair." I did understand. That was the worst part. I set the phone face down, then immediately turned it face up again because I didn't trust the dark screen. Ruth saw. She answered, "Yes. Are you okay?" "No," she nodded, accepting that as complete. The legal part moved in pieces, none of them satisfying. Pavel was charged with several things I had to look up even after the detective explained them. Unlawful surveillance, coercion, identity theft, unauthorized use of a computer, possession of stolen property, and a few counts tied to other customers once the drives started talking. Merck was not arrested that day. Later, he was charged with lesser offenses for possession of customer data and failure to report, though his lawyer argued he was intimidated by Pavel and didn't understand the scope. Maybe that was true. Maybe it was convenient. The shop closed within a week either way. The gate stayed down, and someone taped a notice from the landlord to the glass. Theo helped me rebuild my accounts like a person boarding up windows after a storm. New passwords, hardware security keys, approved sender lists cleared, old devices removed, cloud backups reviewed, my router replaced, my printer unplugged and eventually carried to the curb. The smart speaker went into a drawer, then into the trash, then out of the trash because electronics recycling existed, and Ruth would not let me commit environmental crimes just because I was traumatized. We found the old phone in the junk drawer. It had been wedged under the dead flashlight, connected by a short, frayed charging cable to a cheap power bank I used during outages. I had forgotten the whole setup. Years earlier, I had used it as a backup alarm. The phone still powered on. Its front camera faced upward at an angle that, from the open drawer, could see part of the kitchen, the hallway closet, and if the drawer was pulled out far enough, me standing at the breaker panel. That explained the photo. Mostly, Pavel had accessed it through an old remote control app I had installed when I was trying to retrieve photos from it. Same email, old password, no two-factor, boring, stupid, human. The Kindle moving to the coffee table was never explained. Not officially. The best version is that I did it myself. I took it out during those frantic minutes, forgot, and panic wrote a cleaner story over the gap. That is what Theo believes. Ruth says she doesn't know. I say the same. But sometimes the body remembers what the mind edits. I remember closing the drawer. I remember the handle under my fingers. I remember the Kindle on the table. Both memories feel true. The damaged Kindles stayed with police for months. When they were finally released, I didn't want mine back. The evidence clerk slid the bag across the counter like it was any other property. Keys, wallet, phone, old e-reader in a torn blue case. I signed the form with my left hand because my right wrist still stiffened in cold weather. I carried the Kindle to an electronics recycling bin outside a Best Buy in Long Island City. Ruth came with me. We stood there in the parking lot between a shopping cart with one bad wheel and a man loading a television into a hatchback. "You sure?" she asked. "No, good enough." I dropped it in. It landed with a plastic clatter among old cables and dead remotes. I expected to feel relief. What I felt was embarrassment, grief, and a tiny pulse of fear that the bin would spit it back out. It didn't. Life went ordinary again in the way a cracked mug still holds coffee. I went back to work. My manager accepted family emergency because I had never used one before. I bought paperbacks for a while, then borrowed books from Ruth's library branch under a card she threatened to revoke if I dog-eared anything. I learned to sleep without checking my phone more than twice. Then once. Then some nights, not at all. Ruth and I fought twice in the weeks after. The first fight was about Nora. Ruth said, "I'm glad you told her," and I snapped that she didn't get to be glad about pain she hadn't caused. She said, "Fine," in a voice that meant not fine. We cooled off over deli sandwiches in her kitchen, where her dog slept under the table, and the radiator knocked like someone politely asking to enter. The second fight was about me refusing to file a victim impact statement because I didn't want to put the Nora story in more paperwork. Ruth didn't yell. That was how I knew she was truly angry. "You keep trying to control the version people get," she said. I wanted to deny it. Couldn't, so I wrote the statement. It was ugly and plain. Better that way. I never heard from Nora again, except once through Detective Halloran, who said she had confirmed receiving my warning and had not received the threatened file. She declined to provide further comment. I admired that. I hated it. Both things can sit in the same room. Pavel took a plea almost a year later. I didn't go to court. Ruth did. She said he looked smaller without the gate between us, and that Merc sat in the back row with his hands folded around a rosary. Though whether he prayed for Pavel or against him, she couldn't tell. The landlord renovated the old shop eventually. It became a place that sold phone cases and bubble tea, because New York does not leave wounds empty if it can charge rent for them. I pass it sometimes. Not often. When I do, the new sign is bright pink, and teenagers stand outside taking pictures of drinks with black tapioca pearls settled at the bottom. They laugh. They hold their phones high. They tilt screens toward each other without hesitation. I envy that a little. I still read. That surprises people when I tell them. They expect trauma to be tidy, to remove the object that hurt you from your life forever. But the Kindle did not hurt me. Not really. Pavel did. My own cowardice did. The small conveniences I mistook for locked doors did. Books were only the room where the threat found me. So I read paper now mostly. Used books still, because apparently I learn slowly. I like the penciled notes strangers leave in margins. A question mark beside a paragraph. A star. A grocery list used as a bookmark. Human traces that don't pretend to be clean. A month ago, Ruth gave me a paperback copy of Pride and Prejudice. Too soon, she asked. Extremely. Good. Keep it until it is. I did. It sits on my nightstand, spine cracked, pages soft from other hands. Most nights it is just a book. Last Tuesday, I opened it for the first time. The apartment was quiet except for my new radiator valve clicking in the wall and a sanitation truck growling somewhere below. I read 10 pages. Nothing changed. No threat appeared. No sentence rearranged itself. Elizabeth Bennet remained exactly as difficult and bright as she had always been. Then a slip of paper fell from between pages 96 and 97. Not impossible. It was a used book. Used books carry things. The slip was an old receipt from a coffee shop in Cleveland. No name, no note, no hidden message. Just a date from 6 years ago and a total of $4.38. I sat there for a long time with the receipt between my fingers, telling myself it meant nothing. It probably did. That is where I live now. Not in terror. Not in safety. In probably. That's tonight's story. If it gives you chills, make sure to like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and tap the bell so you never miss what's coming next. And if you're still brave enough, there are more dark tales waiting for you right here on the channel. Go watch another, if you dare. Hey everyone, this is Mia Horror Stories, and the title of today's horror story is I Bought a Smart TV. It only plays live footage of my bedroom. For your comfort, the screen will stay black throughout the video, so you can relax without strain and just focus on the story. Make sure you stick around until the end. Sometimes the last few moments are the ones that stay with you the longest. Not a movie bedroom. Not one of those glossy set bedrooms where the sheets sit too perfectly and the pillows look like no one has ever drooled on them. Mine. The gray comforter kicked halfway off the mattress. The one clean sock curled beside the laundry basket, because I had missed when I tossed it. The little dent in the pillow where I slept on my side, and the weak yellow spill of the street lamp leaking through the cheap blinds. For about 3 seconds, I honestly thought it was a screensaver. My name is Mark Ellison. I'm 32, male, originally from Ohio. And at the time this started, I was living alone in a 1-bedroom apartment in North Hollywood, Los Angeles, on the 2nd floor of a stucco building that always smelled faintly of hot dust, laundry detergent, and somebody's weed. I worked from home doing customer support for a payroll software company, which sounds more stable than it felt. Most of my days were spent apologizing to angry restaurant owners over a headset while pretending my own rent wasn't 2 weeks away from becoming a problem. That was why I bought the TV used. Not stolen used. Not suspicious guy in a parking lot used. Just Facebook Marketplace used, which I had convinced myself was a respectable tier of used because the listing had full sentences and the seller used her real profile photo. The TV was a 55-inch Vizio, allegedly barely used, with a tiny scratch on the left side of the frame and a remote that had teeth marks in the rubber buttons. It cost $120 cash. A new one would have been more than $300, and I had already done that pathetic mental math where you decide food is flexible, but internet is not. I bought it on a Thursday evening after work, when the valley sky had turned that bruised pink color behind the palm trees, and the air still held the day's heat in the pavement. My old TV had died 2 nights earlier with a pop and a thin burnt smell, right in the middle of me watching a cooking video about something I was never going to cook. I told myself I needed a replacement for background noise. That was mostly true. The quieter reason was that I hated hearing my apartment settle at night. Not because I believed in anything. I didn't. I'm not that guy. I hated it because every little tick and scrape made me think of someone testing the door, someone in the hall, someone standing outside the bedroom window even though I lived on the 2nd floor, and the window faced a narrow service alley with nothing but dumpsters, drain pipes, and a sickly ficus tree. I had been like that since I was a kid, checking locks twice, then 3 times, not sleeping with closet doors open, laughing it off whenever somebody noticed. A TV made a room feel occupied. That was all. The seller's name was Claire Donnelly, 29, female, a woman from Pasadena with a sharp black bob and the exhausted brightness of someone who had recently moved apartments and hated every box in her life. She met me outside a storage unit facility off Vineland, wearing running shorts, a UCLA sweatshirt, and slides with socks. Her little boy was in the back seat of her SUV, tapping a plastic dinosaur against the window. "Your Mark?" she asked. "Yeah, Claire. That's me. Sorry, I would help you lift it." But I threw my back out moving a bookshelf that was apparently made of concrete. "No worries," I said, already regretting not asking my neighbor to come with me. The TV was waiting just inside the storage unit, wrapped in an old blue blanket with a strip of painter's tape stuck to the screen. Claire watched me test the power with an extension cord. The The Vizio logo appeared. Then the setup screen. "See," she said. "Works fine. We just upgraded." "Nice," I said. "You sure it's not haunted?" She laughed too quickly, the way people do when they're being polite. Then she said, "Only by Cockamelon." That should have been the whole story. I got it home by driving 10 miles an hour with the TV angled across the back seat of my Civic, one corner digging into my shoulder whenever I braked. By the time I dragged it up the stairs, my shirt was stuck to my back. My fingers smelled like cardboard and old blanket. And Mrs. Alvarez from 2B had opened her door 3 inches to watch me suffer. Mrs. Alina Alvarez, 68, female, was my next door neighbor. A retired elementary school secretary from East LA who wore her hair in soft gray curls and knew everyone's business without ever admitting she had looked for it. She had lived in the building for 14 years and treated the hallway like her porch. "You need help, Mijo?" she asked through the cracked door. "I'm okay," I lied, because the TV had just slipped low enough to pinch skin off my thumb. "You sure? You look like a man losing an argument." "I've got it." She opened the door wider anyway. Behind her, a Spanish language game show chattered from her living room, all applause and bright little bell sounds. "New TV?" she asked. "Used TV. Better. New things break faster now." "That's encouraging." She noticed my thumb and frowned. "You're bleeding on the box." I looked down. A thin red smear had marked the cardboard corner. Not dramatic, just annoying. "Great. I have Band-Aids. I have some inside." "You say that because you don't want me to bring you the ones with cartoon cats." "I would never insult the cat Band-Aids." She smiled. "Lock your door tonight. There was a man downstairs yesterday by the mailboxes. Not from here." I paused with the TV balanced against my hip. "What man?" "Skinny, white cap." He was looking at the names. When I opened my door, he walked away. Probably delivery. At 10:30 at night, that little hallway outside my apartment suddenly felt longer than it was. The lights buzzed overhead. From somewhere below, someone dragged a trash bag down the stairs, plastic whispering against concrete. "I'll keep an eye out," I said. "You always say that." She pointed at me. "But you don't see anything. You have your headphones on." She was right, which irritated me. I thanked her, got the TV inside, and shut the door with my foot. Then I locked it. Deadbolt first, chain second. Then I unlocked the deadbolt and locked it again because it hadn't sounded right the first time. My apartment wasn't messy exactly. It was more like it had given up on becoming organized. The living room had a small couch with a sunken middle cushion, a coffee table with rings from cans I kept meaning to wipe off, 2 cheap bookshelves, and a window AC unit that rattled like it had loose change trapped inside. The kitchen was a galley strip off the living room, narrow enough that the fridge door hit the opposite counter if you opened it too fast. My bedroom sat at the back, past the bathroom, facing the alley. I set the TV on the floor, sucked the blood off my thumb like a child, and called my sister on speaker. Her name is Jenna Ellison, 35, female, a nurse in Columbus, Ohio, and the only person in my family who could make concern sound like sarcasm. She picked up on the 4th ring with hospital noise behind her, cart wheels, muffled voices, some machine chirping in steady little tones. "Please tell me you did not buy electronics from a stranger again," she said. "Hello to you too. Mark, it's a TV. It powers on. So did the laptop with the missing comma key. That was one time. That laptop smelled like soup. It was affordable soup," she sighed. "Did you at least factory reset it? I'm doing that now. Do not connect your accounts until you reset it. I know, you say that like you knew before I said it. I'm offended. You should be supervised." I wedged the TV onto the stand where the old one had been, plugged in the HDMI cable, then the power cord. The screen lit up with the setup menu again. The room brightened in pulses of blue and white. Outside, traffic slid along Magnolia Boulevard in soft waves, tires hissing over old asphalt. Somewhere upstairs, a dog barked twice and stopped. For a while, everything was ordinary enough to be boring. Language, Wi-Fi, terms of service, a privacy policy so long it felt like punishment. The remote lagged half a second after every button press, which made me press harder, which made it lag more. Jenna stayed on the phone while charting something. "You still doing that thing?" she asked. "What thing?" "The locks." I looked at the door. "No, Mark, less. That's not no. I live in LA. It's not insane to lock doors. It's not the locking, it's the checking. I'm fine." She didn't answer right away. I could hear her breathing close to the mic, tired and nasal. "You know Dad got worse when he was stressed. Please don't do that. I'm not saying your dad. You're bringing him up while I'm setting up a TV. I'm bringing him up because you stop sleeping when you get stressed, and then everything starts feeling like evidence." That hit harder than I wanted it to. I crouched in front of the TV with the remote in my hand, watching the network list populate. Apartment Wi-Fi names bloomed on the screen. Pretty fly for a Wi-Fi. FBI surveillance van, Alvarez 2B, Spectrum setup 8A, my own, MarkNet. "I'm sleeping," I said. "How much?" "Enough. Enough for a raccoon," I laughed despite myself. "Raccoons are resilient. Raccoons also eat trash." Again, resilient. She had to go a minute later. Before hanging up, she told me to reset the TV, change my Wi-Fi password someday, and text her if the used murder television started doing anything weird. I told her I would. I did factory reset it. I'm saying that now because later, people kept asking me that question with the same tone, like I had invited what happened by being lazy. I reset it through the menu. I watched the screen go black, then restart. I connected it to my Wi-Fi. I installed the usual apps. Nothing about it seemed unusual except the input menu, which had more options than I expected. HDMI 1, HDMI 2, antenna, cast, live view. I hovered over that last one. Live view. The icon looked like a little camera. I assumed it was some smart home thing, a leftover app maybe. The kind that let you connect baby monitors or doorbell cameras or security systems. Claire had a kid. It made sense. I clicked it. The screen went black, then gray. Then it showed my bedroom. I didn't jump. That's important. There wasn't any big cinematic reaction. My body just went still in the uncomfortable crouch I was in, knees bent, remote held out, thumb resting on the OK button. My bedroom door was open, same as it was from the living room. I could see the edge of my actual door from where I crouched. Through it, down the short hallway, there was darkness and the faint outline of my bed. On the TV, the angle was different. Higher. The picture looked down from somewhere near the ceiling, facing the bed at a diagonal. The quality was grainy, but clear enough to show the blanket, the sock, the laundry basket, the pale stripe of street lamp through the blinds. For 1 second, then 2, I tried to make it into something else. A demo video, a stock clip, a coincidence of furniture and bad lighting. Then the window AC unit in my living room clattered and coughed, and on the TV, faintly, almost buried under static, I heard the same rattle. Not through my ears, through the TV speakers, a delayed little duplicate. Rattle, cough. My scalp prickled along one side. I turned my head toward the hallway. The bedroom sat back there, dark and open, smelling faintly of detergent and the lavender dryer sheets I bought because I liked pretending I was the kind of person who had a laundry routine. "Okay," I said out loud. My voice came back through the TV half a breath later. Tinny, small, okay. I stood too fast and bumped my shin against the coffee table. Pain flashed hot and stupid up my leg. The remote slipped in my sweaty hand, but didn't fall. I muted the TV. My bedroom stayed on the screen. No sound now, just the image, the little sock, the bed, the black rectangle of my closet door. I walked to the hallway entrance and turned on the bedroom light. On the TV, the bedroom light snapped on. Not immediately, a fraction behind, barely enough to notice, but enough. The screen filled with my cheap room in its ugliest truth: beige walls, a stack of unopened mail on the dresser, the laundry basket, the old metal bed frame I had bought after my last move because it folded small enough to fit in my car. The angle still looked wrong. Too high, too wide. Like somebody had mounted a camera above the closet. I forced myself to move. That was something I did when panic started to gather. Give it a task. Count things, touch things, prove things. I went into the bedroom and looked up. No camera above the closet. Just textured ceiling and a dead moth stuck in the glass bowl of the light fixture. I checked the smoke detector. Normal. I checked the top of the closet frame. Dust and one dead spider. I checked the blinds, the curtain rod, the little shelf where I kept spare charging cables, and a roll of quarters for laundry. Nothing. Back in the living room, the TV showed me moving around my bedroom. There I was, captured from that impossible high corner, a thin man in an old Cleveland Guardians shirt, hair flattened from headphones, one hand bleeding through a bad wad of paper towel wrapped around his thumb. I watched myself stop. I watched myself look toward the living room. The delay made it worse. It made me feel like the person on screen was not exactly me, but someone copying me after a moment's thought. I hit back. Nothing home, nothing power. The TV shut off. The living room shrank into dimness. My reflection sat in the black screen, hunched and pale, with the hallway behind me like an open mouth. I stood there listening. AC rattle, distant traffic. Upstairs, footsteps moving from left to right. A pipe knocking once in the wall. Then my phone buzzed and nearly made me drop the remote. It was a text from Jenna. Used murder television behaving. I stared at it. My thumb hovered over the keyboard. I typed, "It has a live view thing," and it showed my room. Then I deleted it. Typed, "Do smart TVs connect to security cameras automatically?" Deleted that too. I didn't want to hear her voice change. I didn't want the nurse tone, the sister tone, the careful one she used when she thought I was slipping into one of Dad's old patterns. Evidence. Coincidences. Too much meaning in small things. Instead, I opened Google and searched. Vizio Live View Camera Bedroom showing on TV. The results were useless. Forum posts. Ads. People complaining about casting issues. A page about smart home integrations. Another about baby monitors. Nothing that said, your television may accidentally display a live feed of the room where you sleep. A reasonable explanation existed. It had to. Maybe Claire's old camera system was still linked to the TV. Maybe the app had loaded a cached feed. Maybe the previous owner had a bedroom that looked enough like mine to unsettle me, and the sound had been some feedback from my own living room mic. Maybe my phone had cast something. Maybe I had clicked into a demo mode designed to show how home cameras worked. But the light. I went back into the bedroom, turned the light off, returned to the living room, turned the TV on, Vizio logo, home screen. I clicked live view again. Black, gray. My bedroom appeared dark now. The street lamp striped the blinds. The sock lay by the basket. I stood very still. Then I raised my hand in the living room. Nothing happened on the screen because the camera wasn't pointed here. I walked down the hall and stepped into the bedroom doorway. On the TV, a second later, my body entered the frame. A weak, ridiculous noise came out of me. Not a scream, more like the sound you make when you see a glass tip off a counter and know you can't catch it. I backed out of the bedroom. On screen, delayed, I backed out too. I unplugged the TV. The image collapsed to black. For a few seconds, I felt better. Not safe exactly, but less observed. The way you feel after shutting a browser tab you shouldn't have opened. Then I noticed the small white status light near the bottom edge of the TV. It was still glowing. I bent down. The power cord was in my hand, loose and unplugged from the wall. The light stayed on for maybe 4 seconds. 5. Then it faded. I told myself capacitors did that. I had heard that word before. Capacitors. Stored charge, completely normal. I repeated it like I was trying to sell it to someone else. Capacitors. Normal. I went to the kitchen, ran cold water over my thumb, and wrapped it with an actual Band-Aid from the junk drawer. Not cats. Plain beige. The sink gave off that metallic apartment smell when the water first hit, and the refrigerator hummed with a faint, uneven buzz. My phone rang. This time it was Jenna. It was my friend Miles. Miles Carter, 33, male, was a software QA tester from Portland who had moved to LA for a game studio job and stayed after the studio folded because he liked tacos more than financial security. He lived 10 minutes away in Burbank, wore beanies in weather that didn't require them, and treated every technical problem like it was personally disrespecting him. "Did you buy the TV?" he asked. "Yeah. Does it work?" I looked into the living room at the unplugged black screen. Define work. That means no. It turns on. High bar. I hesitated. I could hear Miles eating something crunchy. Chips, probably. He was the easiest person in my life to tell strange things to because he rarely reacted emotionally at first. He got curious, then annoyed, then useful. "There's an app on it," I said, "Live View. When I open it, it shows my bedroom." The crunching stopped. "Your bedroom?" "Yeah. Like your actual bedroom." That is what the words mean. "Is there a camera in your bedroom?" "Not that I can find." "Is your laptop open?" "No." "Phone camera?" "No." "Do you have some weird smart home thing from the last tenant?" "I have a lamp with a pull chain." "Sexy." "Miles." "Okay, don't plug it back in." "I already unplugged it." "Good. Keep it unplugged." That should have comforted me. Instead, it made the room feel tighter. "Could it be paired to an old camera from the cellar?" I asked. "Sure. But then why would it show your room?" "Maybe it does. Maybe I'm seeing Mark." The way he said my name stopped me. "Take a video on your phone," he said. "Plug the TV in, open the app, show the room and the screen in the same shot. Don't troubleshoot first. Document." "I don't want to plug it back in." "Then don't." I looked down the hall. My bedroom light was still off. The apartment seemed to have leaned toward that doorway. "I also don't want to go to sleep without knowing." Miles exhaled. "Okay. Then I'm coming over." "No, you don't have to. I'm putting on shoes." "It's probably nothing." "Great. Then I'll come over and mock you in person." I almost said no again. Pride rose up automatically, thin and useless. I was 32 years old. I should have been able to handle a used television doing something weird without calling a friend like there was a monster under the bed. But the private truth was simple. I did not want to be alone with it. "Fine," I said. "Text when you're downstairs. Do not open Live View until I get there." "I won't." "Do not go hunting for hidden cameras with a kitchen knife." "I wasn't going to. You absolutely were considering it." I glanced at the knife block. "Drive safe," I said. After we hung up, I stood in the center of the living room and listened to my building. The ordinary noises came back one at a time, like actors returning after a fire alarm. The AC ticking. A toilet flushing through the wall. Mrs. Alvarez's game show muffled next door, laughter rising and falling. A car alarm chirped once outside and stopped. Somewhere in the alley, a bottle rolled against concrete with a hollow clink. I wanted to leave the apartment until Miles arrived. Just step outside, stand by the stairs, breathe air that didn't feel recycled through the vents. But leaving meant turning my back on the bedroom. It meant locking the door and wondering what, exactly, I was locking inside. My phone buzzed again. A message from an unknown number. For a second, all I saw was the area code. 626. Pasadena. Claire. "Hey Mark, this is Claire from the TV. Sorry to bother you. Did you already set it up?" I stared at the text until the screen dimmed. Then another message came through. "If you see a camera app on it, don't sign into anything." I forgot to wipe one thing. The living room felt suddenly full of tiny sounds I hadn't noticed before. The faint electrical tick of the power strip, the scrape of my own breathing, the soft shift of the loose band aid on my thumb. My fingers moved before I had decided what to say. "What camera app?" The typing bubbles appeared, vanished, appeared again. From the hallway behind me, my bedroom floor creaked. One board near the window. I knew that sound because I stepped on it every morning. I turned. The hallway was empty. The bedroom beyond it was dark. My phone buzzed in my hand. Claire's reply filled the screen. Live view. It shouldn't still be connected. Miles was on his way. Claire was texting. The TV was unplugged. The door was locked. And I had two choices right then, both of them bad in different ways. I could wait in the living room and pretend I hadn't heard the floorboard, or I could walk into my bedroom and look. I stood there with the unplugged power cord still lying on the floor beside my foot, watching the dark doorway, trying to decide which kind of idiot I was going to be. I didn't go into the bedroom. That sounds cowardly, but at the time it felt like discipline. Miles had said not to do anything stupid until he got there. And for once in my life, I was trying to let another adult be right. So I stood in the living room with my phone in one hand and the TV's loose power cord by my foot, staring at the black hallway. The apartment did what apartments do when you're frightened inside them. It kept making ordinary noises in the most suspicious possible order. The refrigerator clicked off. The bathroom fan rattled once in its housing, even though it wasn't on. A pipe knocked in the wall behind the couch. Every sound had a location. Every location felt like a warning. My phone buzzed again. Claire, I'm serious. Don't connect personal accounts. Did you open it? I typed back with my thumb shaking just enough to make typos. It showed my bedroom. How? The bubbles appeared right away, then stopped. From outside, a car rolled into the alley below my bedroom window. Not the street, the alley. I heard its tires crunch over broken glass or gravel. Then the engine idled low, almost polite, like the driver didn't want attention. My bedroom window faced that alley. I moved without meaning to. 2 steps toward the hallway. Then I stopped. No, I went to the front door instead and looked through the peephole. The hall was empty, yellowed by the overhead light. Mrs. Alvarez's door was shut. Someone had left a flyer for a pizza place on the carpet, curled at one corner. My phone rang in my hand. Claire, I answered and said too loudly, "What did you sell me?" There was a pause on the other end, filled with wind and traffic. "Mark, you said you wiped it." I thought I did. What is Live View connected to? I don't know anymore. That's not an answer. I know. Her voice was tight and breathless, not like when we met. Then lower, listen to me. Is it showing your bedroom right now? The TV's unplugged. Good, keep it that way. What camera is it? I don't know. It was part of an old setup. Claire, I had cameras in my apartment, she said quickly. For my son. After my ex started showing up when he wasn't supposed to. A doorbell camera, living room cam, one in the hallway. They were cheap ones, not like a real security system. Everything went through this app. Why would that show my bedroom? I'm trying to figure that out. A hollow thump came from below my bedroom window. I froze. Claire must have heard my breathing change. What was that? Something outside. Are you alone? My friend's coming. How far? 10 minutes, maybe less. Can you leave? I looked at the hallway again. The bedroom doorway sat open at the end of it, black and rectangular. The apartment's front door was behind me, locked twice, chain in place. My keys were on the kitchen counter. My shoes were by the couch. Leave. Simple. Sensible. Every horror movie idiot test passed in one clean motion. except the alley car was still idling beneath my bedroom window. Except someone had been by the mailboxes the night before, according to Mrs. Alvarez. Except leaving meant going down the backlit hall, past the stairwell windows, into the open courtyard with my apartment door closing behind me and all my things inside. What old setup? I asked. Claire exhaled, and there was something in it that made my stomach sink before she even spoke. The TV used to be paired with an account my ex had access to. Your ex, Darren Pike, 34 male. He's from Glendale. We were together 6 years. He's my son's father. She said it like she had said it to police, lawyers, family members, herself in the bathroom mirror. Practiced. Still raw. He's good with electronics. Not genius good, just obsessive good. Routers, cameras, old phones, tracking apps. He used to say he was protecting us. I walked to the kitchen counter and picked up my keys. Outside, the car engine dipped, then steadied. He knew you sold the TV, I asked. He wasn't supposed to. I listed it under my sister's marketplace account. Did he contact you? Not about the TV. That's not no. Another pause. Claire, he texted me 20 minutes ago, she said. From a new number, he said, you shouldn't sell things that don't belong to you. The sentence landed in my apartment like a dropped tool. My mouth went dry. What does he want? I don't know. Control. To scare me. To make me answer him. That's usually the point. That TV is in my apartment. I know. You gave me his surveillance equipment. Didn't know it was still connected. Her voice cracked on the last word, then she swallowed it down. In the background, I heard a child cough, small and sleepy. My son's asleep, she said, softer. I can't come over. I can't leave him. I'm not asking you to. I should have thrown the TV away. Yeah, I said, sharper than I meant. Maybe. The unfairness of it sat between us for a second. I regretted it, but not enough to apologize right away. Then something scraped against my bedroom window. Not a knock, not a branch. A slow drag across glass or screen. I stopped breathing through my mouth. The alley engine cut off. The sudden absence of it made the apartment feel pressurized. Mark, Claire whispered. I backed away from the hallway. 1 step, 2. There was another scrape. Higher this time. My bedroom was on the 2nd floor. Below it was the narrow alley, dumpsters, the ficus tree, a drain pipe bolted to the wall, and the metal frame of an old fire escape ladder that had been locked in place since before I moved in. I had complained about that alley when I signed the lease because garbage trucks woke me up at 6:30 twice a week. The property manager, a man named Leonard with gelled hair and 2 white sneakers, had laughed and said, "At least you get natural light." Now all I could picture was someone standing on a dumpster lid, reaching up with a tool. I heard something at the window, I said, bedroom window. Yeah, don't go in there. The words were so immediate they made me colder than the scrape had. What aren't you telling me? I'm telling you not to go in there, Claire. If it's Darren, he wants you to check. He likes making people react. A hard little tap hit the glass. Once, then again. Tap, tap. My phone buzzed against my face. Another call was coming in. Miles, I have to take this. Mark, don't hang up. I switched calls. Miles came in mid-sentence. Outside your building. Where are you? In my apartment. I figured that part. There's someone in the alley. What? Under my bedroom window, maybe. Do not go near the window. Everyone keeps saying that. Because it's correct. I'm at the front gate. Buzz me. I crossed to the intercom by the door, keeping my eyes on the hallway. The building's call box hadn't worked properly in months, so the buzz button required pressure in a specific spot, like an old wound. I pressed it. Nothing. Did it open? I asked. No, I pressed again, harder. The plastic faceplate clicked inward. Now, no, the gate's dead. Of course it was. The time-sensitive problem arrived not like a siren, but like bureaucracy, a broken gate, a locked building, a friend outside, and something at my bedroom window. Can you climb it? I asked. It's 8 feet of decorative spikes designed by a landlord with trust issues. Back entrance. Locked too, I checked. Another scrape from the bedroom. This one longer. It raised a thin, papery sound from the window screen. Miles heard me go quiet. What happened? Screen. Mark, listen. Call 911. I hated that my first thought was how stupid I would sound. There's a man maybe outside my window because my used smart TV showed me my bedroom. The dispatcher would ask if I saw anyone. I hadn't. If someone was breaking in. Not yet. If I was in immediate danger. I didn't know. My brain began assembling embarrassment faster than fear. That was the flaw Jenna always poked at, though she called it pride because she loved me enough to be blunt. I didn't want to be the anxious guy. The guy who made normal things dramatic. The guy who heard a pipe knock and called the police. My father had become that guy after Mom died, calling neighbors at midnight about footsteps on the roof, convinced delivery vans were parked too long in front of the house, writing down license plates on envelopes until Jenna took his pens away. I had spent half my adult life proving I was not him. And now someone was possibly cutting my bedroom window screen while my friend stood locked outside the gate. I'm calling, I said. Put me on speaker, Miles said. I did, then dialed 911. The dispatcher was calm, female, professional. Her name, she said, was Operator Wells. I gave my address, my apartment number, my name. What is the nature of the emergency? There may be someone trying to enter my apartment through a bedroom window. Do you see the person? No. Do you hear someone attempting entry? Yes, scraping, tapping. My bedroom window faces an alley. Are you alone inside? Yes. My friend is outside the building, but the front gate isn't opening. Is your bedroom door closed? I looked. No. Can you safely move to a room with a locking door? The bathroom had a flimsy privacy lock, not a real lock. The front door was closest. The hallway to the bedroom was open. My keys were in my hand, shoes by the couch. I can leave the apartment, I said. Miles's voice burst from the speaker. No, don't come out if someone's in the alley. Operator Wells said, Sir, I need only you speaking to me. Is the front hallway secure? I looked through the peephole again. Still empty. Then Mrs. Alvarez's door opened, not fully, just enough for her face to appear, small and wary in the crack. She looked toward my door as if she could feel me watching through the peephole. I opened my door as far as the chain allowed. Mrs. Alvarez, I whispered. Her eyes widened. What's wrong? The dispatcher said, Sir, have you opened the door? My neighbor S. there. Mrs. Alvarez stepped into the hall wearing a purple robe and slippers, holding her phone in one hand like she had been about to call someone herself. I heard someone on the fire ladder. My skin tightened over my arms. You saw him? No, heard metal. Miles said, Mark, what's happening? I unhooked the chain. Operator Wells said, Sir, if you can exit safely into the hallway, do so, and close the door behind you. Do not go into the bedroom. Mrs. Alvarez came closer, lowering her voice. Mijo, there is a car in the alley, lights off. That decided it. I stepped into the hallway in socks, shut my apartment door, and locked the deadbolt. My hands were clumsy, and I dropped the keys. They hit the carpet with a pathetic little jingle. Mrs. Alvarez flinched. Sorry, I whispered, bending for them. From inside my apartment, something thudded. Not the bedroom window. Inside. A heavy, flat sound, like a palm striking drywall or a knee hitting the floor. I straightened slowly. Mrs. Alvarez's mouth tightened. The dispatcher asked, Are you out of the apartment? Yes. Is the door closed? Yes. Stay with your neighbor if possible. Officers are being dispatched. How long? I asked. I can't give an exact time. Remain on the line. Miles's voice cut through from my other phone line, still on speaker. I'm going around back. I can see the alley from the parking lot. No, I said. I'm not going in the alley. I'm looking. Miles, don't. I'm looking from the lot. The call muffled as he moved, his breathing louder, footsteps quick on pavement. Mrs. Alvarez touched my wrist. Her fingers were cool and dry. Come inside. I should have. That was the correct move. Close a door. Put walls between me and whatever was happening. Wait for police. Instead, I stood facing my apartment door, listening. The hallway smelled like carpet powder and old cooking oil. Downstairs, someone's television laughed through a sitcom punchline. Above us, the ceiling light flickered once, then steadied. My thumb throbbed beneath the band-aid. From inside my place came a soft electronic chime, the TV turning on. I knew the sound because I had heard it during setup. 2 notes, bright and harmless. But the TV was unplugged. Did you leave it plugged in? Mrs. Alvarez whispered. No, the dispatcher said. What was that sound? My TV. Is someone inside the apartment? I don't know. Do not re-enter. Miles came back on the phone, breathless. Mark, what? There's a ladder under your window. There's always a ladder, fire escape thing. No, not that. A folding ladder, aluminum, leaning against the wall under your bedroom. My mouth went numb. And there's a car, he continued. Dark sedan. No plates on the back. Mrs. Alvarez crossed herself with the hand that held her phone. Operator Wells asked, Can your friend provide a description to officers? Miles answered directly now, louder. Dark gray or black sedan, alley behind the building. No rear plate visible. I don't see the person. Then, from behind my apartment door, my phone made a sound. Not the phone in my hand, my old phone. I kept an old cracked iPhone in my bedroom drawer because I always meant to trade it in and never did. It had no active service, but it still connected to Wi-Fi when charged. Its alarm tone began playing inside my locked apartment. Soft at first, louder radar, the default iPhone alarm. I had not charged that phone in weeks. The thin, cheery sound drilled straight through the door. Mrs. Alvarez said, Matter de Dios. The dispatcher asked, Sir, do you have another device inside? Yes. Could someone be using it? I don't know. The alarm kept going. Then it stopped. A second later, my current phone lit up with a notification. Unknown number, a text. You left the TV on. I stared at the words until they blurred. Miles said, "What? What happened?" I couldn't answer. Another text came through. "Bedroom looks empty now. Where did you go?" That was the concrete problem then. Not vibes, not anxiety, not some weird app glitch I could explain away with cached feeds and smart home settings. Someone had access to a camera pointed at my bed, knew I had left the apartment, had triggered a device inside, and might physically be at the bedroom window with a ladder, while the police were still somewhere out in Los Angeles traffic, and my friend was outside near the alley. "Miles," I said, my voice coming out too flat. "Get away from the parking lot. What did you see? Get away from it now." Down the hallway, the stairwell door opened. For one wild second, I thought it was police, but it was a man I didn't recognize. White baseball cap, gray hoodie. Average height, one hand in the front pocket. Head tilted down as if he were checking the floor for something he had dropped. Mrs. Alvarez made a small sound beside me. The man looked up, not at her, at me. Then he smiled like we had already met. "Mark," he said. Operator Wells was still speaking in my ear, but her voice seemed to slide far away. The man took one step into the hallway. My apartment door was between us and whatever had happened inside. Miles was outside, exposed. Mrs. Alvarez was beside me in her slippers. The police were coming, but not here. The man in the white cap lifted his free hand. In it was a phone. On the screen, small but unmistakable, was the live feed of my bedroom. He turned it slightly, letting me see the empty bed, the open closet, the dark window. Then, from inside my locked apartment, something heavy moved against the door, not knocking, leaning. The wood flexed once in its frame. The man's smile thinned. "You really shouldn't have unplugged it," he said. The man in the white cap stood 10 feet away from us, close enough that I could see a little tear in the brim where the stitching had come loose. Wasn't big. That made him worse somehow. He didn't have the shape of a movie intruder, all shoulders and shadow. He looked like somebody you'd stand behind at a gas station while he bought a bottle of water and a pack of gum. Gray hoodie, faded jeans, running shoes with one lace untied. 34, maybe 35. Darren Pike, if Claire had told me the truth. His eyes were light-colored and busy, moving from my face to Mrs. Alvarez to the door of my apartment, as if he was keeping a checklist. Behind that door, something leaned into the wood again. The deadbolt held. The frame complained with a dry little crack. Mrs. Alvarez gripped my forearm hard enough to hurt. Operator Wells was still in my ear, her voice flattened by my phone speaker. "Sir, do not engage. Move away if you can do so safely." Darren's phone screen showed my bedroom. The view was angled down at the bed, the closet, the window. Empty. That was what my brain snagged on first. Empty. So what was pressing against the apartment door? Darren smiled like he could see me doing the math. "You really shouldn't have unplugged it," he said again. My first attempt to solve it was pure instinct. Get us behind another locked door. I pulled Mrs. Alvarez toward her apartment. "Inside," I whispered. She moved, but too slowly. Her slippers dragged on the hallway carpet. She was watching Darren's phone. People do that when they see impossible things. They stare at the evidence, as if staring can make it arrange itself into something ordinary. "Mrs. Alvarez," I said. Now, Darren took one step forward, not fast, not lunging, just enough to remind us he had legs and the hallway was narrow. I shoved Mrs. Alvarez through her doorway harder than I meant to. She stumbled and caught herself against the wall inside. Her apartment smelled like lemon cleaner, coffee, and the warm dust of old upholstery. The game show was still playing in the living room, audience applause bursting bright and fake. I followed her in and slammed the door. She had 3 locks. Bless her. Deadbolt chain, and one of those sliding hotel latches she had installed herself with crooked screws. I threw all 3 while Operator Wells asked what was happening. "We're in my neighbor's apartment," I said. "Is the suspect outside?" "Yes." "Are you injured?" "No." Mrs. Alvarez answered at the same time. "No." Then she looked at my arm and corrected herself. "He has blood." "It's my thumb," I said. From the hall came a soft knock on her door. 3 taps. Polite. Darren said, "Alina, I don't want trouble with you." Mrs. Alvarez's face changed. Not fear exactly. Recognition of being seen. "You know my name," she called, voice shaking. "I know everyone's names. That building directory downstairs is very helpful." I hated him for that. Not because it was brilliant, because it was small and easy, and meant he had stood down there reading us like labels on boxes. I moved away from the door and tried to think. Mrs. Alvarez's apartment mirrored mine, but flipped. Her front door opened into a living room crowded with framed family photos, a sagging floral couch, and a glass coffee table covered in crocheted doilies. To the left was her small kitchen. Straight ahead, a short hallway led to her bedroom and bathroom. Her windows faced the street, not the alley. That mattered. If we could get to the balcony walkway outside her living room window, no, there wasn't one. Second floor, no balcony, just a window with security bars. Miles was outside. The police were on the way. Darren was in the hall. Something was at my door. The alley was behind my bedroom. The building's front gate was broken. I said into the phone, "Can officers access the rear alley?" Operator Wells said, "I've updated the call. Units are responding to the front and rear. Stay where you are." "How far?" "They're responding as quickly as possible." That meant not close enough. My other line buzzed, Miles again. I switched him to speaker without hanging up on 911. The phone became a confusion of voices until I snapped, one at a time. Miles was breathing hard. I moved back to the sidewalk. "I can see the alley mouth from here. The sedan's still there." "Can you see my window?" "Partially. Dumpster blocks the bottom. Ladder S still up. Do you see anyone on it?" "No." "But Mark, your bedroom light just turned on." Mrs. Alvarez covered her mouth. "My bedroom light?" I asked. "Yeah, on then off. Now on again." I looked toward Mrs. Alvarez's front door. The hallway outside was quiet. The thing at my door had stopped pushing. Darren knocked again. Tap, tap, tap. "Mark," he said, "you're making this messy." Second attempt. Document and expose him. It was Miles's idea originally, and panic made it feel like a rope. This was recorded if we had proof, if Darren's face and phone and voice were captured. Then it became real in the way I needed it to be real. Not Mark being anxious. Not Mark spiraling. Evidence. I opened my camera app and turned it toward the door. Say your name again, I called. Mrs. Alvarez hissed. Don't talk to him. But Darren answered through the wood, amused. You know my name. Say it. I'm not auditioning for you. You're on 911, I said. Police are coming. I heard. His calmness cracked something in me. I wanted him to sound cornered. He sounded inconvenienced. Miles said through the speaker, keep him talking. Operator Wells said, Sir, do not provoke him. Darren said, Is Claire listening? Did she call you? She does that. Finds a man to stand in front of her and then acts surprised when the man gets hurt. You put a camera in my bedroom, I said. No, you put my TV in your living room. That doesn't make sense. It will. Mrs. Alvarez had shuffled to her kitchen counter. She pulled open a drawer and took out a heavy wooden rolling pin. The sight of it would have been funny another night. Now it looked heartbreakingly small. From my phone, Miles said, a patrol car just passed the street. Here, no, didn't turn. My recording showed Mrs. Alvarez's locked door. Darren's voice came through muffled but clear enough. Good. Proof. Then my screen flickered. The camera app closed. My phone went to the lock screen. For half a second, I thought my battery had died, but it was at 46%. I unlocked it. A settings notification dropped down. Wi-Fi network changed. I hadn't changed anything. My phone connected to a network called Vizio setup 5G, then a video opened by itself. Not in an app I recognized. A browser page. Black background. White buffering circle. Mrs. Alvarez whispered, What is that? The video loaded. It showed us from above, not my bedroom. Mrs. Alvarez's living room. The angle was high, near the ceiling corner by the front window, looking down over the floral couch, the coffee table, Mrs. Alvarez in her purple robe holding the rolling pin, and me standing with my phone raised like an idiot. For one awful second, I believed Darren had a camera in her apartment too. Mrs. Alvarez made a choking sound. No, she said. No, no. I spun around, searching the ceiling corner shown in the video. There was something black up there. A small dark circle above the curtain rod. My stomach dropped. Then the thing moved. It crawled 3 inches along the wall. I almost threw the phone. Mrs. Alvarez cried out and swung the rolling pin at nothing. The black shape kept crawling. A cockroach. Large, glossy, disgusting, and perfectly ordinary. The camera angle wasn't from her ceiling. It was from my phone's front camera, somehow activated and being mirrored with a filter or web page that made it look like a surveillance feed for one impossible second. My own hand had raised the phone high enough to catch us at an angle, and panic had filled in the rest. The misdirection broke, but not cleanly. Relief came mixed with humiliation and a deeper fear, because if Darren could push a page to my phone, force it onto his hotspot or the TV's setup network, and make my device open a feed, then this wasn't just a camera. It was proximity. He was close enough to spoof a network, close enough to manipulate what my devices trusted. Turn off Wi-Fi, Miles said immediately. Mark, turn off Wi-Fi and Bluetooth. Now, I did. Airplane mode. Then cellular back on. The browser stopped. Room returned to being only Mrs. Alvarez's living room, with the TV game show still laughing at us from a different reality. Darren's voice came through the door. You saw it, didn't you? Mrs. Alvarez sank onto the couch. The rolling pin rested across her knees. Her breathing had become thin and whistly. I crouched beside her. "Are you okay?" "My chest," she said. Everything narrowed. "Chest pain?" Operator Wells asked, catching it. Mrs. Alvarez nodded, then realized the dispatcher couldn't see. "Tight, I'm scared." She was 68, frightened, trapped in her apartment by a man in the hall and something happening in mine. Suddenly, this wasn't just about my bed or Claire's ex or some sick technical game. Mrs. Alvarez could have a heart attack because I dragged this into her doorway. That guilt hit low and hard. "Do you have medication?" I asked. "In the bathroom, cabinet. Small white bottle, nitroglycerin." "Can I get it?" She waved toward the hallway. Her apartment hallway was narrow, lit by a night light shaped like a candle. Bathroom on the right, bedroom at the end. I kept my phone in my hand, 911 still connected, and ran to the bathroom. My socks slipped on the tile, and my shoulder banged the door frame. Pain flared down my arm. Medicine cabinet, toothpaste, Vicks, old perfume, prescription bottles. "Which one?" I called. "Small, blue label." I found it and brought it back. My hands shook so badly I had to try twice to open the cap. Darren knocked again, this time lower on the door. "I can help," he said. "Shut up," I snapped. Mrs. Alvarez put the tablet under her tongue. Her eyes were wet, furious with fear. "I told Leonard about that gate," she said, 3 times. 3 times I told him. The broken gate, the locked front, the delayed police. A procedural failure, boring and deadly. 3rd attempt, get Miles inside and get Mrs. Alvarez out. Mrs. Alvarez's window faced the street. There were security bars, but I remembered seeing a release pin on one of them during an earthquake safety inspection months earlier. Maybe it opened from inside. Maybe Miles could get below it. Maybe we couldn't climb down, but we could pass her keys or phone or get eyes on the front. I went to the front window and pulled the curtain aside. The street below looked too normal. Parked cars. A jacaranda tree shedding purple flowers onto the curb. The locked front gate at the walkway entrance. Beyond it, Miles stood under the weak porch light in a black hoodie and beanie, one hand holding his phone, the other pressed against the gate bars. He looked up when he saw the curtain move. I opened the window. Warm night air rushed in, smelling of asphalt, jasmine, and garbage from the alley. "Miles." He stepped back to see me. "You okay? Mrs. Alvarez has chest pain. We need paramedics." "Police are coming," I called too. "The gate's dead." "Can you force it?" He looked at the metal gate. "Not without tools. Find a rock. It opens inward, genius." Mrs. Alvarez called weakly. "My nephew has a key." "Where?" I asked. "Studio City, too far." Miles looked past me. His expression changed. "Mark, get away from the window." I ducked instinctively. "What?" "The white cap guy. I saw him through the hall window. He's still outside your door." "Is he trying to get in?" "No, he's just standing there." From the hall side of Mrs. Alvarez's apartment came a metallic scrape. Not at her door. Farther away. My apartment. Then a beep. My smart lock didn't have a keypad. I didn't have a smart lock. But my old TV remote had made a beep like that when pairing. Another beep followed lower. Miles said, "What's that?" "I don't know." Operator Wells said, "Sir, officers are close. Stay inside. Stay inside. Stay away." useless if Mrs. Alvarez got worse before anyone could reach us. I looked at the security bars on the window. There was a release lever, but it had been painted over 5 times. I grabbed it and pulled. It didn't move. Miles said, "What are you doing?" Trying to open the bars. With what? I looked around Mrs. Alvarez's living room. Doilies, family photos, ceramic birds, a small toolkit on a lower shelf of the TV stand. Of course, Mrs. Alvarez had a toolkit. I grabbed a flathead screwdriver and jammed it under the painted lever. The first push did nothing. The second slipped and tore skin off the base of my thumb near the band-aid. I hissed, shoved harder, and the lever cracked free with a brittle snap of old paint. The bars swung outward 6 inches, then stopped. A security chain held them. "Damn it," Mrs. Alvarez said. "Key." "Little key, junk drawer." I ran to the kitchen. Junk drawer was a packed archaeological site. Rubber bands, batteries, coupons, a rosary, takeout menus, keys on rings with no labels. My fingers sorted through metal while the hallway stayed too quiet. Miles called up. "Mark, talk to me. I'm finding a key." "Faster." "Helpful, thanks." My hand closed on a tiny brass key with a red plastic cap. I ran back and tried it in the chain lock. Too big. Another, too small. Mrs. Alvarez was breathing with her eyes closed. I tried a third key. It turned. The chain dropped. The bars swung open. For one clean second, I thought we had done it. Not solved everything, but opened a route. Air came in. Street noise came in. Miles reached up toward the window like he could climb the building by willpower alone. Then all the lights went out. Not just Mrs. Alvarez's apartment. The hallway light died under the door. Her TV went black. The refrigerator hum stopped. Outside, the porch light over Miles blinked off. The whole building seemed to inhale and hold it. A power outage. For a second, no one moved. Then every battery-powered thing began announcing itself. Mrs. Alvarez's smoke detector chirped once. My phone screen glowed in my hand. Somewhere downstairs, a child started crying. A neighbor yelled, "What happened?" The darkness made the geography of the building sharpen in my head. 2nd floor. Mrs. Alvarez's apartment at 2B, mine at 2C, hallway outside. Stairwell to the left, Darren between us and the stairs. Front gate below, locked and unpowered. Alley behind my bedroom, ladder under my window, sedan parked with no plates. Miles outside the gate. Police close, allegedly. Mrs. Alvarez with chest pain. Me barefoot in socks with a bleeding hand, and a phone at 39%. Then the emergency lights in the hallway clicked on. Dim red strips under the door. Mrs. Alvarez whispered, "He did that." "Maybe the whole block," I said. I looked out the window. Across the street, apartment windows were still lit. Porch lamps glowed. A restaurant sign at the corner shone red. Only our building was dark. Miles said from below, "Mark, the alley car just turned its lights on." "What?" "Headlights. Facing the alley exit. Do you see anyone?" "No." Then Mrs. Alvarez's front door shook. Hard. The deadbolt jumped. She screamed, a short, ragged sound that turned into coughing. Darren's voice came through the door, closer and no longer amused. "Open it." I grabbed the rolling pin. Ridiculous. But it was what we had. "Back hallway," Mrs. Alvarez gasped. "What?" "Bedroom closet. Access panel. Pipes. I stared at her. She pointed down her hallway with a shaking hand. Maintenance crawl space. Between units. Leonard showed me after the leak. A way between apartments. A way into mine. The knowledge landed with awful clarity. If there was a crawl space or maintenance access between 2B and 2C, then the heavy movement against my apartment door might not have been someone climbing through the window. It might have been someone already inside the wall cavity, moving between units. Or Darren knew about it, or both. Miles called from below, police lights. I see them at the corner. Relief surged so strongly my knees weakened. Then a car horn blasted from the alley. Long and sustained. Not a normal honk. Someone leaning on it. The sound punched through the building, echoing off stucco and brick. Downstairs, doors opened. Voices rose. The crying child wailed louder. The horn kept going, a hard mechanical scream drawing everyone's attention toward the rear. Misdirection again, but this time I understood it while it was happening. "He's pulling them to the alley," I said. Operator Wells answered. "Officers will assess both locations." But the front gate was locked. The power was out. The building was panicking. Darren slammed Mrs. Alvarez's door again. One of the crooked screws in the hotel latch shifted. I saw it move. "Bedroom," I said to Mrs. Alvarez. "I can't run, I know." I got my arm under hers and lifted. She was lighter than I expected, which scared me. We moved down her hallway in inches, her slippers scraping, my shoulder burning where I'd hit the bathroom frame. Behind us, another impact hit the door. The chain snapped loose and clattered on the floor. Deadbolt still held, for now. Mrs. Alvarez's bedroom was neat and dim, lit only by my phone. A quilted bedspread, a dresser with family photos, a closet with sliding mirrored doors. In the reflection, I saw myself, sweaty, pale, holding up an old woman who was trying not to cry. The front door boomed again. Wood cracked. I pulled the closet door open. Inside were hanging dresses, plastic bins, a vacuum cleaner, and at the back wall, a square panel about 2 feet by 2 feet, painted the same beige as the wall. A little metal ring sat at the bottom. I yanked it. Nothing. Paint sealed it shut. "Move," Miles said through the phone. "What?" "I'm at the window." I turned. Outside Mrs. Alvarez's bedroom window, which faced the side walkway rather than the street, Miles's face appeared behind the security screen. He was standing on something below, probably the narrow utility ledge over the first floor awning. His beanie was gone, hair stuck to his forehead, one cheek scraped red. "What the hell are you doing?" I hissed. Climbed the drain pipe. "That is the dumbest panel. Use the screwdriver along the top edge." I jammed the screwdriver into the seam. The first pry bent the tip. The second made the panel pop with a sound like a knuckle cracking. Behind us, Mrs. Alvarez's front door gave way. Not all the way, just enough for the deadbolt plate to tear partly from the frame. Darren shouted something I couldn't make out. I pulled the panel open. A stale, dusty smell poured out. Warm air, old insulation, mouse droppings, pipes. A narrow maintenance cavity ran sideways between apartments, barely wide enough for a person to crawl through on hands and knees. It led toward my unit, toward the TV, toward the bedroom feed, away from Darren at the front door. also possibly toward whoever or whatever had been moving inside the wall. That was the point of no return. The front door cracked again, louder. Mrs. Alvarez sagged against me. Miles said, "Police are at the gate. They can't get in yet." Behind the broken door, Darren's footsteps entered Mrs. Alvarez's living room. Slow, certain. I looked at the dark crawlspace, then at Mrs. Alvarez, then at Miles outside the barred window with no safe way in. There was nowhere left to wait. I helped Mrs. Alvarez down to the closet floor, pushed my phone into her hand with 911 still connected, and crawled into the wall first. The dust closed around my face. Behind me, Darren reached the bedroom doorway. And in the dark ahead, from inside the wall between her apartment and mine, the old TV chimed again. The crawl space was not built for people. It was built for pipes, wires, and the kind of maintenance nobody wanted to pay a real contractor to do. The opening scraped both my shoulders as I pulled myself through, and the first breath I took inside tasted like warm dust and old wood. Insulation brushed my cheek in pink, itchy strands. Something small skittered away ahead of me, claws ticking over plaster. Behind me, Mrs. Alvarez whispered a prayer in Spanish. Behind her, Darren stepped into the bedroom. I couldn't see him yet, only the pale slice of Mrs. Alvarez's room behind my legs, and the wobble of my phone light in her hand. She was on the closet floor, one hand pressed to her chest, the other clutching my phone with the 911 call still open. Her purple robe had twisted around her knees. She looked tiny in the square of light. "Mark," she whispered. "Go." Darren's voice came from the bedroom doorway. "Alina, move away from there." Not angry. That was the worst part. Not shouting. Not breathless from breaking through the door. He sounded like a man correcting someone who had put a mug on the wrong shelf. I shoved forward on my elbows. The crawl space ran straight for maybe 6 feet, then bent right toward my apartment. There were copper pipes along the lower left, a bundle of electrical cable stapled overhead, and a narrow channel of dusty plywood just wide enough for my ribs. Every movement made the wall breathe around me. Drywall flexed. Nails creaked. My injured thumb pulsed in time with my heartbeat. The TV chimed again from somewhere ahead. 2 bright notes. Closer now. I stopped. That sound couldn't come from the living room. Not clearly like that. It was inside the wall. Then I saw it. A thin blue-white glow leaking around a loose service panel ahead, about 10 feet away. A rectangle of light in the dark. My bedroom was on the other side, the feed, the impossible high angle, the view of my bed. It wasn't impossible. It was hidden. I crawled faster and immediately regretted it. A nail point caught the back of my shirt and tore through fabric. My shoulder hit a pipe. Pain burst hot and blunt, and I bit my lip hard enough to taste blood. Behind me, Mrs. Alvarez gasped. Darren said, closer, "Give me the phone." "No," she said. "Alina, no." There was a shuffle, a scrape. Then Mrs. Alvarez cried out. I tried to turn around and couldn't. The space pinned me forward. Panic jammed itself under my ribs. "Miles," I shouted. Outside, faint through walls and distance, Miles answered, "I'm here." "Get police to the side window." "They're at the gate, the gate." The stupid locked gate. Leonard's cheap electric latch. Mrs. Alvarez had told him 3 times. Darren's footsteps moved inside her bedroom. "Mark can hear me, right?" I kept crawling. "Good," Darren said. "Then listen. I don't want your neighbor hurt. I don't want you hurt. I want what's mine." "You sold it to me," I shouted back, voice muffled by drywall. "Claire sold it." "Same difference." "No," he said. "It really is." I reached the glowing service panel. It had been cut into the shared wall behind my closet and patched badly, not with the same old maintenance work as Mrs. Alvarez's panel, but newer, cleaner. Someone had made it and tried to hide it. The edges smelled faintly of sawdust and adhesive. A black cable ran through the gap, not house wiring, thinner, like a charging cable. I wedged the screwdriver into the seam and pried. The panel shifted. Something on the other side bumped it back. I froze. Then a voice whispered inches from my face. "Don't, not Darren, a woman." For 1 second, everything in me stopped working. The panel moved again, and a human eye appeared in the crack. I jerked backward so hard my spine hit the pipe. The eye vanished. "Who are you?" I hissed. There was no answer. From Mrs. Alvarez's bedroom, Darren said, "Mark, you found her, her." The word turned the crawl space colder than the dark. I pushed the panel with both hands. It opened inward into my bedroom closet. A woman crouched on the other side among my hanging shirts. She was maybe late 20s or early 30s, white, with stringy blonde hair stuck to her forehead and a smear of dust along one cheek. Her eyes were wide and glassy, but not empty, terrified. Her left wrist was zip-tied to the metal closet rod with a short length of black plastic, tight enough that the skin around it had swollen. There was silver duct tape stuck to her sweatshirt sleeve where it had been ripped away from her mouth. A small camera, black and square, was mounted above her head with adhesive putty and a bracket, angled down through a hole cut in the closet wall toward my bed. The camera's cable ran to a battery pack, and a small wireless transmitter taped behind a shoebox I hadn't touched in months. My room, my feed, human hands, cheap hardware, no ghosts. The woman looked past me toward the crawl space. "Don't let him in here." "What's your name?" "Rachel." Her voice was ragged. "Rachel Voss, 31. I live in Sherman Oaks. Please, please don't leave me." Rachel Voss, 31, female, was introduced to me in the least natural way a person can be introduced, bound in my closet, shaking hard enough to make the hangers click. I knew nothing about her except that she was real, hurt, and had been hidden on the other side of my bedroom wall while I had stood in my living room trying not to overreact. "How long have you been here?" I whispered. "I don't know. He moved me from the car when you left the apartment, before your friend came. He said it was supposed to be empty." My stomach heaved, not at the smell, not at the dust, at the timing. When I stepped into the hallway with Mrs. Alvarez, Darren, or someone working with him, had used the alley ladder and the bedroom window. Rachel had been brought into my apartment while I stood 6 feet away on the other side of a locked door. Listening to the old phone alarm, he triggered to keep me focused on the wrong thing. "Can you walk?" I asked. She nodded, then shook her head. "Maybe, my ankle." The TV chimed again. This time I saw the source. Not the big Vizio in my living room. A tiny portable monitor, no bigger than a paperback book, was taped to the inside wall of the closet beside the camera gear. It showed a washed-out view from another camera, Mrs. Alvarez's bedroom, seen through the open closet panel behind me. Darren had been watching both sides. Rachel whispered. He made me hold it at first. The phone. He wanted Claire to think. A crash behind us cut her off. Mrs. Alvarez screamed. I twisted toward the crawlspace. Darren had grabbed her. I saw only pieces through the opening. Mrs. Alvarez's robe, Darren's hand locked around her upper arm, my phone on the bedroom carpet with the screen still lit. Operator Wells's voice leaked tinny from the speaker. Sir, ma'am, stay on the line. Darren dragged Mrs. Alvarez toward the closet. Open it, he said. I can't, she cried. You already did. His face appeared at the crawlspace entrance behind me, lit from below by my phone on the floor. White cap, pale eyes, sweat shining along his upper lip now. Not calm anymore, close to it, but not quite. The mask had slipped at the edges. He held Mrs. Alvarez in front of him like a shield, one arm across her collarbone. In his other hand was a folding knife. Small blade, real enough. Back out, Mark. I had no room to back out. Rachel was behind me, tied in the closet. Darren was ahead, blocking the way to Mrs. Alvarez's apartment. My bedroom door was beyond Rachel and half open. Somewhere outside, Miles was shouting at police. The alley sedan was still below my window. The power was out. The big TV was unplugged and useless, except not useless. The TV in the living room was still there. Big, heavy, glass and plastic on a stand that had always wobbled. I looked at Rachel's wrist. Zip tie. I looked at the screwdriver in my hand. Darren noticed. Don't. I wedged the screwdriver under the zip tie and twisted. Rachel bit down on her sleeve to keep from crying out. The plastic dug deeper before it snapped. When it gave, her hand dropped limp into her lap, blood rushing back in painful blotches. Darren shoved Mrs. Alvarez forward toward the crawlspace. I said back out. Mrs. Alvarez stumbled. Her shoulder hit the opening. She made a small, breathless sound. Something in me changed then. Not into courage. That sounds cleaner than it was. It was more like the part of me that had been trying to prove I was reasonable finally got tired. I had spent the whole night measuring my fear against how it would look to other people. Would Jenna think I was Dad? Would the dispatcher think I was dramatic? Would Miles think I was stupid? Would Claire think I blamed her? Even with a man in the hallway, even with a camera on my bed, some miserable little courtroom in my head had kept asking whether I had enough evidence to deserve help. Mrs. Alvarez was being held at knife point in her own bedroom. Rachel was tied in my closet. I had enough evidence. Rachel, I said quietly, when I move, you run to the living room. Push the TV over if he comes through. What? Just run. Darren's eyes narrowed. What are you saying? I threw the screwdriver at his face. Not a heroic throw, not even accurate. It hit the crawlspace framing above him and bounced, but he flinched. That was enough. I lunged forward. The crawlspace took most of the force. My shoulder slammed into a pipe. My knees scraped raw on the plywood, but my hands reached Mrs. Alvarez. I grabbed the sleeve of her robe and pulled sideways, not away from Darren, but down. She dropped. The knife flashed over her shoulder instead of into her neck. Darren cursed and grabbed for me. I kicked backward blindly. My heel hit something soft. His wrist, maybe. The knife clattered against wood and vanished into the dark channel beside the pipes. "Go," I yelled. Rachel moved behind me. Hangers rattled. Closet doors banged. Darren drove forward into the crawl space. He was thinner than me. That helped him. He came fast, elbows and knees, face twisted now, no smile left. I scrambled backward into my closet, tearing my shirt further. Rachel was already limping across my bedroom, one hand on the dresser, dragging her bad ankle. She nearly fell at the doorway. "Living room," I shouted. Darren burst through the closet panel headfirst and grabbed my ankle. I hit the floor hard, chin striking the closet track. White pain popped behind my eyes. I tasted blood again, more this time. He crawled out on top of me. The room was dim, lit by street lamp stripes and the weak glow of the portable monitor in the closet. On that little screen, I saw Mrs. Alvarez crawling away through her own bedroom, one hand pressed to her chest. I heard Miles outside, closer now, yelling, "They're inside. Second floor, break the gate." Darren's knee pinned my thigh. He punched me once behind the ear. The world tilted, not black. Worse. Bright and far away. I reached for anything. Shoes, laundry basket, bed frame. My fingers closed around the loose sock beside the basket. Useless. Darren hit me again lower, near the jaw. My teeth snapped together. A hot thread of pain ran into my neck. "You don't know what you bought," he panted. I spat blood on my own floor. A used TV. He pressed his forearm across my throat. Air narrowed. "You think this is about the TV?" His face was inches from mine. He smelled like mint gum, sweat, and metal. Behind him, the hidden camera watched from the closet wall, still angled at my bed, recording, streaming, feeding his little screens. The private fear came back in the worst shape. Not that nobody would believe me, that I might die in the exact place I had been afraid to sleep, and afterward people would explain me away as anxious, unstable, unlucky. I clawed at his arm. Rachel shouted from the living room. Then came the crash. The big Vizio hit the floor with a sound like a window dropped from a building. Plastic cracked. Glass spiderwebbed. The stand snapped. A bright electric pop flashed blue, followed by the sharp smell of burned dust and hot circuitry. Darren's head jerked toward the sound. "No," he got off me. That was his mistake. I sucked air so hard it hurt and rolled toward the bed. My hand found the metal frame. I pulled myself up as Darren ran out of the bedroom toward the living room. I followed because there was nowhere else to go. Rachel had pushed the TV over exactly like I told her. She was on the far side of the couch, one knee on the cushion, pale and shaking. The cracked Vizio lay face down on the floor in a scatter of broken plastic. Its power cord, still unplugged, snaked under the coffee table. The smell of burnt electronics was coming from the small battery pack, and transmitter Darren must have dropped or kicked in his panic, now crushed beneath the TV frame. Darren stood over it like Rachel had killed a pet. "You stupid," Miles appeared at the living room window. Not inside. Outside on the utility ledge, gripping the frame with one hand and Mrs. Alvarez's screwdriver with the other. He had climbed from the side window around the narrow stucco lip toward my apartment's living room window. His face was gray with effort, Blood ran from the scrape on his cheek into his beard. "Hey," he shouted. Darren spun. Miles swung the screwdriver at the window latch from outside. Once, twice. The old latch cracked but didn't give. Darren grabbed the coffee table and shoved it toward Rachel. It slammed into her shin. She went down with a cry. I moved without thinking. 2 steps, 3. My bleeding hand closed around the rolling pin. Mrs. Alvarez must have dropped in the bedroom, or maybe I had dragged it through the closet without noticing. No, not the rolling pin. The metal bed frame support rail. I had pulled it loose when I got up. It was hollow aluminum, light but solid. Darren turned back toward me. I swung. The rail hit his forearm, not his head. There was a flat, ugly crack. He screamed and dropped whatever he had been reaching for in his hoodie pocket. A small black device skidded across the floor and hit the broken TV. He charged me anyway. We hit the wall beside the kitchen entrance. My shoulder struck the thermostat. Plastic shattered. His broken or bruised arm hung wrong, but his other hand found my throat again. He drove me backward into the counter. My spine lit up. A dish slid from the sink and broke near our feet. "Mark," Rachel screamed. The front door boomed. Not Darren this time. "Police." "LAPD." Open the door. I would have laughed if I had air. The door was locked from inside. My keys were in the hallway outside 2C, where I dropped and recovered them before entering Mrs. Alvarez's place. No, wait. I had them. I had locked my apartment door. Then gone into 2B. Did I still have them? My pocket. Darren squeezed harder. I drove my thumb into his eye. I didn't plan it. I didn't want to do it. My hand just found his face and pushed into the soft, wet corner until he screamed and jerked sideways. His fist hit my cheek as he recoiled. My knees buckled. Rachel crawled to the door. Her ankle was bad. Her wrist was swollen. She still crawled. Darren saw her with the lock. He kicked me once in the ribs and went after her. Short peek, no thoughts. I grabbed his untied shoelace. That was all I could reach. His foot stopped mid-step. His momentum didn't. He pitched forward, arms windmilling, and went down hard onto the edge of the cracked TV. His chin hit first, then his chest. Broken plastic snapped under him. The black device near the TV sparked. For a second, nothing happened. Then smoke began to curl from under the crushed casing. Battery. Lithium. I had read enough stupid internet warnings to know what came next. "Move," I yelled. Rachel had the deadbolt open, but not the chain. Her fingers fumbled. The smoke thickened fast, bitter and chemical. Darren groaned on the floor, trying to push himself up with one good arm and one useless one. The device popped. A small flame licked under the TV frame. Not huge, not cinematic, but real, bright orange, hungry for dust, carpet fibers, cheap plastic. The smoke alarm screamed. The sound tore through the apartment. I grabbed Darren under the armpits. I don't know why. I hated him. I was afraid of him. But he was half conscious on my carpet with a fire starting under his ribs, and some stupid human part of me refused to let him burn there. He fought me weakly. "Get off. Shut up." I dragged him backward. Pain stabbed through my ribs where he'd kicked me. My legs slipped on broken plastic. The flame climbed the edge of the TV housing. and caught the paper sleeve of a takeout menu under the coffee table. Rachel got the chain free. The door opened. 2 lapped officers stood there in the red emergency light from the hallway, weapons raised, faces tight. Officer Maria Havel, 42, female, later gave me her card. In that moment, she was just a shape with a badge and a voice sharp enough to cut through the smoke. Beside her was Officer Daniel Price, 28, male, younger, wide-eyed, holding his stance like training had welded him into it. "Hands," Havel shouted. I dropped Darren's shoulders and raised my hands. Darren rolled onto his side, coughing, blood running from his chin. Rachel crawled toward the officers and collapsed against the threshold. "There's fire," I said, or tried to say. It came out shredded. Officer Price stepped in, grabbed the little extinguisher from under my kitchen sink after I pointed, and hit the burning TV with a burst of white powder. The flame disappeared under a choking cloud. The room became noise. Police shouting, smoke alarms screaming, Miles yelling from the window, "I'm stuck out here," Mrs. Alvarez coughing somewhere through the wall, Rachel sobbing once, then clamping it down, Darren saying over and over, "My arm, my arm, my arm." I sat on the floor because my legs had stopped negotiating. The carpet was gritty with extinguisher dust and broken screen glass. My thumb bled through 2 Band-Aids. My jaw throbbed. Every breath snagged on my ribs. Officer Havel cuffed Darren while he moaned and tried to explain. "She stole my property," he said. "Stop talking," Havel told him. "She took my son." "Stop talking. It was mine." She tightened the cuffs. Darren cried out. The conflict ended there, in the least satisfying way possible. Not with answers, not with some grand confession, but with a man face down on my carpet, a broken TV smoking beside him, and Rachel Voss curled near my front door with a zip tie mark around her wrist. Miles was helped through the window by firefighters 5 minutes later, after they finally forced the gate with a pry bar and killed power to the damaged circuit. He had a sprained wrist and a scrape that needed cleaning. Mrs. Alvarez was carried out on a stair chair by paramedics, nitroglycerin still dissolving bitter under her tongue, her hand reaching for mine until they told me not to stand. Claire called 12 times. I didn't answer. Not then. I looked once toward my bedroom. The hidden closet panel hung open. The camera above it pointed calmly at my bed, still mounted, still aimed, as if all it needed was another battery and someone patient enough to watch. Officer Price followed my gaze and said, "We'll get it." But for a moment, neither of us moved. The smoke alarm finally stopped. The sudden quiet that replaced it wasn't peaceful. It was full of coughing, radio static, distant sirens, and the soft crackle of cooling plastic. Darren was in custody. Rachel was alive. Mrs. Alvarez was breathing. Miles was cursing at a firefighter who told him he was lucky he hadn't fallen. The night had resolved itself into facts, but facts didn't make the room feel safe. They just gave the fear a shape. The first person to ask me if I was okay was a firefighter with soot on his forehead and a calm voice that made me want to lie. He crouched in front of me on my living room floor, between the broken Vizio and the coffee table, while white extinguisher powder floated through the air in slow, lazy swirls. The smoke alarm had stopped, but I could still hear it in my teeth. My ears rang around every other sound. Radios crackling, boots in the hall, Mrs. Alvarez coughing somewhere outside, Darren groaning as officers walked him down the stairs. "Sir," the firefighter said, "can you tell me where you're hurt?" I looked at my hand first, because it was easiest. Blood had soaked through the band-aid and dried in a dark seam along my thumb. My knuckles were scraped. There was a splinter buried near the base of my palm, small and stupid and bright with pain. "My hand," I said. "Anywhere else?" I tried to breathe in. My ribs answered with a sharp pinch on the right side. Ribs, jaw, shoulder, maybe everything. That happens. He said it so plainly I almost laughed. My name is still Mark Ellison. I'm 32, male, and I used to think the worst part of being afraid was looking ridiculous. I can tell you now that ridiculous doesn't matter much when a paramedic is taping gauze around your hand and a police officer is photographing a hidden camera above your bed. Officer Havel made me sit on the couch, even though the couch was dusted with fire extinguisher powder and tiny crumbs of black plastic. She had a small notebook in one hand, her radio clipped high on her shoulder, and a streak of ash on her sleeve. She asked questions in a voice that stayed firm without turning cold. "Start from when you bought the television." So I did. I told her about Claire, the storage unit, the blue blanket around the TV, Mrs. Alvarez warning me about the man near the mailboxes, Jenna on the phone, the Live View app, my bedroom on the screen, the light turning on and showing up in the feed a fraction later, the old iPhone alarm, Darren in the hallway with the live feed on his phone, the broken gate, the power outage, the crawl space. I kept expecting her to stop me. She didn't. She only asked, "Did you touch the camera equipment after you discovered it?" I cut Rachel loose. "With what?" "The screwdriver." "Where is it now?" I looked around the room as if the screwdriver might politely present itself. "I don't know." "That's fine. Don't look for it." That sentence helped more than it should have. Don't look for it. Don't fix it. Don't explain it into something harmless. Let someone else handle the evidence. Rachel Voss was taken out before me. I watched from the couch as two paramedics guided her through my living room. She had a gray blanket around her shoulders, one foot bare, the other in a shoe with the laces missing. Her blonde hair was stuck to her face in damp strings, and the zip tie mark around her wrist had risen into an angry red band. She didn't look at the broken TV. She looked at the floor, placing each step like she was testing whether the room would hold. When she reached the door, she stopped. "Mark," she said. Her voice was so hoarse I barely recognized it from the closet. "Yeah," she swallowed. "You came through the wall." I didn't know what to say to that. The paramedic gently touched her elbow. Rachel let herself be let out. I found out later that she was a freelance web designer from Sherman Oaks who had dated Darren for 6 weeks after Claire left him. 6 weeks. Long enough for him to learn her routines, her passwords, her mother's maiden name, which coffee shop had a back patio where she liked to work, and that she kept a spare key in a magnetic box under her car because she locked herself out often. He had installed tracking software on an old phone she used for testing websites. Then he started showing up. Then she tried to cut contact. Then, the same week Claire listed the TV, Rachel disappeared for almost a full day. Darren told police a version of it where he was protecting his property, and Rachel was helping him recover devices. Officer Havel repeated that phrase later with the tired face of someone who had heard 1,000 men turn violence into paperwork. Mrs. Alvarez was carried down the stairs on a chair with straps, furious about it. "I can walk," she told the paramedics. "You can argue," one of them said. "That's different." She saw me as they brought her past my door. Her hair had come loose from its curls, and her robe was covered in dust at one shoulder. "Mijo," she called. I stood too fast and immediately sat back down because my ribs objected. "I'm here," I said. "You owe me a new screwdriver." Even Officer Havel smiled at that. "I'll buy you a whole set," I said, "with the good handles." The good handles. Her expression softened, but only for a second. Then she looked toward my bedroom, where a crime scene technician was photographing the closet. "Do not sleep here tonight." "I won't, I mean it. I know." She nodded once, satisfied, then winced as the paramedics tilted her chair toward the stairs. Miles came in through the front door after they finally got him off the ledge and checked by paramedics. He had a bandage on his cheek, his left wrist wrapped, and an expression of offended dignity. "You look terrible," he said. "You climbed a building." It was more of a controlled scramble. "You lost your beanie. That's the real tragedy." He sat beside me carefully. Leaving a foot of space like pain might be contagious. For a while, we didn't say anything. The apartment was crowded with strangers doing necessary things. One officer bagged Darren's small black device. Another photographed the transmitter hidden in my closet. A fire captain checked the scorched patch of carpet where the battery had caught. The air smelled like burned plastic, dust, old smoke, and the lemon cleaner from Mrs. Alvarez's place drifting through the broken open wall panel. Miles leaned forward, elbows on knees. "You recorded any of it?" he asked. My phone was with Mrs. Alvarez. 911 call got a lot then. "Yeah, good." I looked at him. He glanced away first. "Not good. You know what I mean." "I know." He rubbed his wrapped wrist with his thumb. I kept thinking when I was outside that I should have brought bolt cutters. Who thinks that? Who goes to a friend's house and thinks, better grab bolt cutters in case his used TV comes with a stalking infrastructure? You came. I climbed a drain pipe. Controlled scramble. He snorted, then pressed his mouth into a line because laughing hurt both of us. Claire called again, while Officer Havel was still taking my statement. I didn't answer the first time, or the second. On the third, Havel said, "You can take it, put it on speaker." Claire's voice came through thin and panicked. "Mark, oh my God, Mark, are you okay?" Police came to my apartment. They said, "Darren, I'm alive," I said. She started crying. Not loudly, just one sharp breath that broke apart. "I didn't know," she said. "I swear to you, I didn't know he could track it. I thought it was just an old login. I thought he was trying to scare me." Officer Havel asked, "Claire, this is Officer Havel with Lapped. Are you somewhere safe?" "Yes, my sister S here. My son's asleep. Police are outside." "Good. Do not contact Darren. Do not delete any messages, emails, app history, or device accounts." "I won't." Claire went quiet for a moment. Then she said, "Mark, I am so sorry. I wanted to be generous." Part of me was. She had been living under Darren's shadow long before his shadow crossed my bedroom wall. But another part of me was sitting in a room full of glass with my blood on the carpet. "I believe you didn't know everything," I said. It was the most honest sentence I had. She cried harder, silently this time, the line filling with breath and static. Officer Havel took over from there, asking about account names, camera brands, storage unit access, old passwords, shared devices, restraining orders, dates. Claire answered like someone emptying a drawer onto a table. The legal aftermath began before dawn, and somehow still felt slow. Darren Pike was booked on charges that sounded both huge and inadequate when listed together. Burglary, false imprisonment, assault with a deadly weapon, stalking, illegal surveillance, vandalism, and several cyber-related charges that changed names depending on which detective explained them. Later, they added kidnapping related to Rachel. His sedan had no rear plate because he had removed it and left it in the trunk under a moving blanket. Inside the car, police found zip ties, 2 prepaid phones, a laptop, a set of lock bypass tools, a cheap Wi-Fi Pineapple device, 3 battery packs, and printed floor plans from an apartment rental website. That last detail kept coming back to me. Printed floor plans. He had not needed to be a genius. He had needed time, entitlement, and enough public information to turn ordinary places into maps. The folding ladder in the alley had been bought at a hardware store in Glendale 2 days earlier. The power outage was not magic or a city failure. Darren had opened the unlocked electrical closet at the side of the building and pulled the main breaker after jamming the door so it would look stuck. The front gate failed because the backup battery had been dead for months, something Mrs. Alvarez had complained about and Leonard had ignored because the part was on order. There was no part on order. Leonard told police that first, then admitted it to the tenants later in the lobby, sweating through a pale blue polo while everyone stared at him like he had personally invited Darren in. I spent that night at the hospital, mostly in waiting rooms. My ribs were bruised, not broken. My jaw was swollen, but intact. My shoulder had a deep bruise, and both knees were scraped raw from the crawl space. They cleaned my hand, dug out the splinter, gave me a tetanus shot, and told me to watch for signs of infection. The nurse spoke gently while peeling tape from my skin, and I hated how close I came to crying when she said, "You're safe here." Jenna flew in the next afternoon. She walked into my hospital room carrying a backpack, a coffee, and the full force of older sister anger. Her hair was pulled into a messy bun, and she still had the crease of a plane seat on one cheek. "You look like you fought a garage sale," she said. "I won." "You did not win. I survived. That's closer." Then she hugged me carefully around the shoulders, avoiding the ribs. I felt her start shaking before she made any sound. "I almost didn't call," I said into her sleeve. She pulled back. "What?" When it started. "I almost didn't call anyone because I thought I'd sound like Dad." Her face changed. Not pity, recognition. "Oh, Mark." I kept trying to be reasonable. Reasonable people call for help when weird stuff happens. I know that now. You knew it then. You just didn't think you were allowed. That sentence followed me longer than any police report. I didn't go back to the apartment for 3 days. When I did, it was with Jenna, Miles, Officer Havel, and a locksmith the landlord had finally agreed to pay for after the tenants threatened legal action in a group chat that became more organized than anything our building had ever managed before. The hallway smelled like new paint over old damage. Mrs. Alvarez's doorframe had been repaired badly, a clean strip of wood standing out against years of yellowing trim. My door had fingerprint powder near the knob and a fresh deadbolt. Inside, the apartment looked almost normal from the doorway. That was the meanest part. Same couch, same coffee table, same bookshelves, sun through the blinds, dust in the light. A grocery bag I had forgotten on the counter with 2 apples inside, one gone soft at the bottom. Then I saw the square cut in the bedroom closet wall. The camera was gone, but the hole remained. A dark little mouth above my shirts. Crime scene tape had left sticky residue on the closet frame. The carpet by the living room still had a pale stain from extinguisher powder no vacuum seemed able to lift. The TV was gone too, taken into evidence, leaving the stand empty and slightly crooked. Jenna stood in the bedroom doorway and said, "You're not staying here." "No, good. I already called about breaking the lease." "Also good." Miles from the living room called, "Your router is coming with me." "My router, I'm murdering it humanely." "Is that necessary?" He stepped into the hall holding the little black box by 2 fingers like it smelled bad. Emotionally, yes. Technically, also yes. That became the practical rhythm of the next week. Passwords, statements, follow-up calls, victim services, insurance forms, photos of bruises under bad bathroom lighting. Jenna sleeping on the couch of my hotel room because she didn't trust me not to say I was fine and stare at the door all night. Miles helping me buy a new phone and set up 2-factor authentication on everything while muttering about consumer-grade security theater. Mrs. Alvarez stayed with her daughter in Pasadena for a while. She called me on the 5th day to tell me her cardiologist said she had not had a heart attack, only angina triggered by stress. "Only," she said, with heavy sarcasm. "I'm glad you're okay." "I am okay because I am stubborn." "That tracks. You sound tired." "I am tired. You sleeping?" I looked at the hotel room TV, unplugged against the wall. Do not lie to an old woman. We invented lying." "I'm trying." She was quiet for a moment. "Me too." That was all she said, but it meant more than a speech. Rachel left me a voicemail 2 weeks later. I didn't answer because I didn't recognize the number and had become the kind of person who let all unknown calls die in silence. Her message was short. "Hi, Mark. It's Rachel Voss. You don't have to call back. I just wanted to say I'm staying with my brother in San Diego for now. The police said you might have questions. I don't have good answers yet, but I'm alive because you didn't freeze. So, thank you. I hope you sleep again." I saved the voicemail. Then I listened to it once and never again. Darren's case moved slowly, as cases do. There were hearings, continuances, words like discovery and competency, and plea negotiation. Claire got a protective order renewed. Rachel got one too. The police kept Darren's devices, and from what Havel told me, they found footage from multiple places. Claire's old apartment, Rachel's car, the storage unit, my bedroom after he installed the camera that night, and fragments from other feeds they were still tracing. That was one of the threads they didn't tie up neatly for us. Other feeds, other rooms, other people who might not know yet. Havel was careful when she said it. We're investigating whether there are additional victims. How many? We don't know. Do you know if any are live? She didn't answer right away. Then she said, we're working on it. I moved out before the end of the month. Not far. Studio City, a smaller place above a dental office with too much sun and no alley-facing bedroom. Jenna helped me pack. Miles carried boxes badly with one wrist still healing. Mrs. Alvarez supervised from a folding chair in the hallway, issuing instructions like a tiny foreman. Books are too heavy like that. Yes, ma'am, Miles said. You say yes, but you do not listen. That's my brand. She gave me the screwdriver set I had promised her, then refused to accept it because she said the handles were ugly. I bought a better one and left it at her door the next day with a note. The last thing I did in the old apartment was stand in the empty bedroom. No bed, no laundry basket, no sock by the hamper, just beige walls, carpet dents, and the patched square in the closet where the maintenance hole had been. The blinds were up. Afternoon light filled everything without kindness. For months, I had thought a TV made a room feel occupied. Now I knew a room could be occupied without making any sound at all. I locked the door when I left. Once. Then I stood there, keys in hand, and wanted to check it again. Jenna watched me from the top of the stairs. She didn't say anything. That helped. I checked it a second time anyway. Then I walked away. I'd like to tell you I became fearless after that, because stories like this are supposed to hand you a clean lesson. I didn't. I still don't like smart devices. I cover laptop cameras. I turn off Bluetooth unless I'm using it. When I enter a hotel room, I notice vents, smoke detectors, clocks, holes in walls. I know that can sound paranoid. Maybe it is. But there is a difference between seeing danger everywhere and learning where danger can fit. I own a TV again now. A small, dumb one, if you can still find such a thing. No camera apps, no voice assistant, no account login. Miles found it at an estate sale and performed what he called an exorcism, which involved opening the back panel, checking the ports, and insulting the manufacturer. Most nights, I leave it off. The quiet is not friendly yet, but it is becoming familiar. Sometimes late, a car passes outside my new apartment, and its headlights slide across the ceiling. Sometimes a pipe ticks in the wall. Sometimes my phone buzzes from the nightstand, and my body reacts before my mind does, a sharp little jolt under the ribs. But then I breathe, I look, I decide. A week ago, I got a padded envelope with no return address. Inside was the old Vizio remote, the one with teeth marks in the rubber buttons. No note, no fingerprints that anyone could use, according to Officer Havel when I brought it in. Darren was still in custody, so it probably wasn't him. Evidence had gone missing from impound before. Claire had moved. Rachel didn't know anything about it. Miles said it was probably some disgusting coincidence, the kind made possible by movers, trash bins, and bad chain of custody paperwork. He was probably right. That's the thing I have to live with now. Probably is not the same as safe. The remote is in a police evidence bag somewhere, or maybe in a box on someone's desk, labeled and waiting for case number to matter. I don't have it. I don't want it. But every so often, when my new apartment is dark and the little dumb TV reflects my bed from across the room, I find myself looking at that black screen for 1 second too long. Not because I expect it to turn on, because some part of me is still waiting to see my bedroom from the wrong angle. That's tonight's story. If it gives you chills, make sure to like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and tap the bell so you never miss what's coming next. And if you're still brave enough, there are more dark tales waiting for you right here on the channel. Go watch another, if you dare.